Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. The plane shook again, only a small wobble this time, but enough to make Emma press her back harder against her seat. Her knuckles turned pale where she hugged her stuffed bear, a ragged, golden-brown creature with one ear that drooped and threadbare paws that still smelled faintly of orange juice. The bear's name was Bucky. Emma had named him when she was 4, after her favorite cartoon character, and even though she was 9 now and often said she was almost 10, she still packed Bucky wherever she went. Bucky did not think of himself as old, though the cotton inside his belly had clumped into lopsided hills from too many nighttime squeezes, and the stitches under his right arm bore the heavy knots of a hurried repair job. In Bucky's mind, he was simply Bucky, forever ready to listen, ready to keep watch, ready to gather Emma's worries into his cloth chest and hold them tight so they would not crush her small heart. But Bucky could not speak. That was the rule of stuffed animals. They could see, they could hear, they could feel, but they could only communicate through patience and presence. The captain's voice came over the speaker in a calm, practiced tone, saying the turbulence was normal for winter and would likely pass once they found smoother air. Emma's mother, half asleep in the aisle seat, nodded without opening her eyes. "Just a little bump, honey," she mumbled. Emma pushed her forehead to the window again and stared at the thick gray clouds outside. Her breath fogged the cold glass, and she wiped it with the back of her hand so she could see the sky. All she saw was endless gray. Bucky remembered a time when Emma adored flying. She used to giggle at every takeoff, counting the seconds before the wheels lifted from the runway, then peered down at the shrinking houses, laughing that the cars looked like toys. She would find shapes in the clouds and tell Bucky what they were: a whale, a castle, a horse, a dragon, then laugh when the shapes broke apart. Back then, Emma always sat in the window seat on her father's lap. Her mother would lean across from the aisle, sharing smiles with both of them, and her father would point out the rivers and roads threading through the miniature landscapes below. That was before Emma's parents stopped speaking in kind voices, before they argued about who forgot the groceries and who offered to pick her up, before they began having meetings with lawyers and filling out forms on laptops long after midnight. Now Emma traveled with her mother on winter break and with her father during summer vacation, and Bucky traveled with Emma wherever she went. He was the steady thing in the middle. The flight today was short, not even an hour from Luxembourg City to Paris, but Emma had worried about it in the days leading up. She had packed and repacked her little suitcase 3 times. She wanted to bring the sparkly sneakers her father had mailed for her birthday, then changed her mind and put in the safer old shoes, then switched back. She wrapped Bucky in a t-shirt and tucked him in a corner, decided she might risk leaving him home so she would not look too babyish, then panicked and pulled him out again, squeezing him so fiercely his seams creaked. Sitting beside the window now, she uncurled her left hand and pressed a fingernail against a tiny scratch on the plastic. The plane dipped and settled. The man in the seat ahead lowered his newspaper and adjusted the air vent. A baby 2 rows back whimpered. Emma's mother slept on, though her head wobbled each time the plane swayed. Bucky remembered the night Emma cried in her bed after her parents explained the situation. They stood side by side in the doorway, lights off except for the hall lamp behind them. They said, "Mama and Papa will live in 2 homes now, but you will have a room in both places. We love you just the same." Emma believed them, but she also felt something tumble down inside, something like a stone that hit her stomach and made it hard to breathe. That night she wrapped herself around Bucky beneath the covers and whispered, "You can't ever leave me, okay? Everybody else can move out, but you move in forever." Bucky had longed to say yes. He could only nestle closer into her arms. On the plain, the clouds thinned. A sliver of blue sky appeared. Sunlight edged through and made a glowing oval on the carpet beside Emma's sneakers. She shifted her gaze to the book in her lap. It was thick, with no pictures, and the words were small. Each time she turned a page she would run a finger down Bucky's worn paw. The paw had seen 1,000 nights of comfort, 100 long drives, and at least one messy breakfast spill. Emma's mother had scrubbed it with soap, but the faint orange circle never disappeared. Bucky did not mind the stain, it felt like proof of being needed. Now that the turbulence had quieted, Emma began reading in earnest. Bucky tilted in her arms, just enough to watch her eyes move from left to right, left to right. Sometimes she mouthed a word, sometimes her lips parted in surprise. Pages whispered as they mingled with engine hum. Every few minutes she would pause to peek again at the receding clouds. Once she leaned her forehead back and whispered, "It doesn't shake anymore, Bucky." She turned him so he looked at the aisle. Bucky saw the baby 2 rows back fall asleep on its mother's shoulder, a businesswoman typing on a laptop, a teenage boy pulling earbuds from his ears to ask a flight attendant for water. All ordinary things. Bucky would have nodded if he could, to say yes, see, you made it through. When the captain announced their descent, Emma breathed quicker but did not clutch Bucky so tightly as before. She watched the clouds open like curtains, revealing patches of farmland, ribboned highways, a river that curved like a silver snake. The world grew larger as they dropped, fields turning into neat rectangles, rivers into wide shining lines that cut through countryside. She pressed her hand against the window when the rooftops of Paris began to form a gray-brown quilt. She recognized none of it. Paris was still mostly Mama's world. Papa's new home was outside the city, closer to quiet streets, closer to country. The wheels struck tarmac with a thud. The engines roared in reverse. Emma's mother jerked awake, blinking in confusion, and looked out the window as though she too needed reassurance that ground existed. The plane slowed and finally rolled to a stop. People unclicked belts in a chorus of metal snaps. Carry-ons thumped from overhead bins. Emma took a long breath, then looked down at Bucky, giving him a private grin. She tucked her book into her backpack and slid from her seat. Her mother was still yawning, smoothing her hair, straightening sunglasses on her head. Emma stepped into the aisle and waited because she wanted to be the first one out even though they were in the middle rows and not the front. The jet bridge smelled like engine oil and musty carpet. Emma ducked around an elderly man who was still adjusting his coat and reached the terminal with a hop. The big room beyond baggage claim had steel beams that rose toward skylights, and the walls echoed with rolling suitcase wheels and announcements in French and English. Emma tightened her grip on Bucky's leg when she saw her father standing behind a pillar. He wore a blue jacket she did not recognize and had a shorter haircut than the last time she saw him, but his face broke into exactly the same smile she remembered from endless days at the playground. He lifted one hand high and waved. She did not wave back. She broke into a jog. "Emma!" he called. The word bounced beneath the high ceiling. Her mother, now fully awake, followed at a slower pace. Emma's sneakers squeaked on the polished floor as she collided with her father. He lifted her under the arms, her backpack sliding off one shoulder, and spun her once the way he used to when she was 6. She squealed and kissed his cheek. For a moment Bucky dangled by one arm, the sudden motion making stuffing shift inside. Then Emma found her balance and hugged her bear close again. "Hello, Pumpkin," her father said. He patted Bucky's head, chuckled at the drooping ear. "Hey there, Bucky. Still in one piece?" Emma nodded proudly. She looked up at both her parents, and found them smiling politely at each other the way grown UPS do when they are trying hard. No one mentioned turbulence, no one mentioned divorce or whose turn it was, or why winter break was shorter this year. Her father took the suitcase handle. "You grow taller every month. I'll have to raise the handlebars on your bike again." Emma grinned. She loved that bike, bright red with a plastic basket shaped like a flower. Her mother adjusted Emma's hoodie and kissed the top of her head. "Call me tonight, baby," she said. Emma promised she would. She kissed Mama's cheek and did not feel the usual panic that came with goodbyes. Maybe because she still held Bucky. Maybe because turbulence was behind her, and something new was ahead. They walked toward the sliding doors. Cold air whisked in along with traffic sounds. A taxi driver shouted in Arabic at someone blocking his lane. A family argued over the correct exit. Emma's father kept a hand on her shoulder. She held Bucky in front with both arms, but gently, no longer clinging. She studied the cars until she saw one she liked, little, green, with a dented fender. Her father clicked the remote and opened the trunk. "Bucky can sit up front if you like," he teased. Emma giggled and slipped into the back seat, fastening her belt. She propped Bucky against her side so he could see out the window. The car smelled faintly of pine air freshener and new upholstery. Her father turned the heater knob. "Warm enough? It'll be 30 minutes to the house." She nodded. She wanted to see everything along the road: billboards, houses, the river again, maybe even turrets of castles if the highway passed near any. Traffic crawled at first, then opened. The road curved along a forest where bare winter branches tangled against the pale sky. Emma pressed her thumb into Bucky's paw. She thought, the air isn't bumping, the car can't fall. She watched raindrops sneak down the window. The sun lurked behind layers of cloud, casting a silver light. Bucky's button eyes caught a glint. He wished, in his silent way, that he could talk. He would say, "Look at that tree. It bends like a dancer. Look at those clouds. They're dragons if you're brave enough to see them. Look at the river. It winds like a ribbon tying your two homes together. Look, Emma, how everything keeps moving forward." He could not say any of that. He could only sit, and be held, and be enough. That was his talent. When cars whooshed past and made the little green car wobble, Emma stroked his ear. When she spotted a cluster of horses in a field, she nudged Bucky to share the view. Nothing terrible happened, and with each passing kilometer she breathed easier. Her father turned onto a smaller road lined with bare poplar trees. He pointed. "That's the lake where we'll go skating if the ice gets thick." She nodded. He pointed again. "That sandwich shop makes a croque monsieur almost as good as the one near our old place." She nodded again. He laughed. "You don't have to nod at everything. You can tell me what you want." She thought about it. She wanted to swim in the new pool. She wanted pancakes. She wanted to know if he would still read to her before bedtime. She opened her mouth but hesitated, leaning down to Bucky instead. She whispered into his well-loved ear, "I want Papa to stay." Then she whispered, "I want Mama to be okay." She kissed the top of his head. The words dissolved into stuffing, into cotton threads, into the quiet promise of a bear who cannot answer except by always being there. The car turned onto a new street where beige stone houses stood behind low hedges. Emma's father slowed at a gate painted blue, pushed a button, and waited while it swung open. He drove up a short gravel lane and parked. The house was smaller than the old apartment but had 2 stories and shutters on the windows. A tiled path led to the front door. On the lawn sat a covered trampoline, sagging under a thin layer of dead leaves. The air smelled of wood smoke. Emma climbed out, hand clenched around Bucky's fuzzy torso. Inside, the hallway walls were shell white. Boxes lined the edges, half unpacked. A coat rack stood lopsided against one wall. Her father took her suitcase upstairs to her room. Emma wandered ahead, peeking through an archway into the living room where a couch faced a fireplace filled with neatly stacked logs. She pictured Bucky sitting on the mantel watching them roast marshmallows. She pictured her mother on that couch too, laughing at a movie the way she used to laugh on rare nights when all 3 of them watched together. Emma hugged Bucky's warm body closer. "It's okay," she whispered to him. "They said it's still okay." Her bedroom was bright yellow, like the inside of a lemon. The window looked out over rooftops and the top branches of an apple tree. There were still only 2 pieces of furniture, a wardrobe and a bed. Her father set the suitcase near the closet. He brought in a rolled-up rug, pale blue with white stars, and a lamp shaped like a jellyfish. He explained that they would pick up the rest, desk, bookshelf, beanbag chair, at a store later. Emma nodded and bit the corner of her lip. This room looked like a stranger's room still. She placed Bucky on the bed with care, setting him against the pillow as though he were the most important piece of furniture of all. Her father watched. "I'm glad he's here," he said softly. "A home's not a home without Bucky." She smiled at that. He bent down and opened the suitcase, showing her a drawer built into the bed frame where she could stash secret things. He showed her the door that led to a balcony barely wide enough for a chair and a pot of flowers. He pointed out a playground visible at the far end of the garden. Emma followed, listening, nodding. Bucky sat with his lopsided smile, taking in every corner of the new environment. A while later, after unpacking clothes into the wardrobe, father and daughter stood in the kitchen stirring cocoa. The stove clicked as the burner ignited. The smell of chocolate crept into every corner. They took mugs into the living room and curled up on the couch under a fleece throw. The radiator ticked gently. Outside, clouds shifted pink to gray to dark slate as daylight slid away. "Do you remember our camping trip by the sea?" her father asked. Emma did. She remembered the night breeze rattling the tent flaps, her parents whispering while they thought she slept. She remembered how her father had carried her to the water's edge where phosphorescent waves glowed, and how the whole world looked magical. She sipped cocoa and nodded, feeling safer with that memory than any fresh promise or explanation. Her father cleared his throat. "I know everything feels different now," he said, "and it will take time to feel normal. But we'll make new memories, too. You, me, Mama, just in 2 homes instead of 1. Emma nodded again. She wrapped her arms around her knees. "I miss how it used to be," she whispered. Her father set his mug aside and drew her close. For a moment Emma stiffened, then melted into him. She felt the rumble of his voice in his chest as he answered. "Me too, Pumpkin. But I promise you this, both Mama and I love you exactly the same as always." He let the promise settle, as firm as gravity, because broken marriages might loosen many things, but not that. When Emma's eyelids began to flutter, her father carried her upstairs, Bucky dangling from her sleepy fingers. He laid her in bed, tucked covers up to her chin, and added Bucky beside her. In the dim light Bucky's eye buttons caught a glimmer. Emma's fingers curled automatically around his paw. "Night, Papa," she murmured, and he kissed her forehead. He turned the lamp a click lower, leaving a soft pool of light in the room, and closed the door. In the quiet that followed, Bucky stared at the ceiling. He heard the house settling, the radiator humming, the distant whoosh of a car on the street. He felt Emma's breath, slow but not yet as deep as dreaming. He thought, if bears could think, that transitions were like turbulence, shaking, scary, something you must endure until the air grows smooth again. He wished he could tell Emma she had done well. She had faced the seat belts and the roaring engines, the weird air pockets, the crowded terminal, the unfamiliar house. She had faced all of it and was still here, bigger inside than when she boarded. Emma rolled on her side and tucked Bucky under her chin. Her whisper floated in the half-dark. "You stayed." Bucky wanted to say he always would. More than any promise, he had no choice. It was his purpose, to be held and to hold back the dark. Emma's breathing deepened, and within minutes she was asleep. Bucky stared at the new ceiling, content and alert. A stuffed bear needs no sleep. He would keep watch for dreams, both welcome and frightening, and be there for the morning light. Hours later, faint blue dawn seeped through the curtains. Bucky felt Emma stretch, yawn, then lift her head. She blinked at unfamiliar yellow walls. She reached for her bear. When she felt his soft shape, a small smile tugged her mouth. The air carried the smell of toast from downstairs. She climbed out of bed, set Bucky at its center like a guardian, and padded to the door. Before disappearing through it, she glanced back and whispered, "See you after breakfast?" She left the door ajar. From the bed Bucky could see a strip of hallway beyond. Cold light filled it. He felt the echo of Emma's voice vibrate through his stitched skin like music. He knew evening turbulence would return one day, in clouds or in hearts, but morning calm was real too. Maybe at lunch Emma would return, set him in her backpack, and show him the backyard or the trampoline or the tablet where she would video call Mama. Maybe next summer she would fly again, and he would be ready for more bumps. Stuffed animals do not forget their assignments, even when forgotten on shelves. They await the moment someone needs them again. He waited now, in the morning stillness, and the brightened room seemed to hum around him. Somewhere downstairs Emma's laughter broke free as her father flipped a pancake too high, and it landed on the floor. Footsteps scampered across tile. Bucky's button eyes glinted in the sunrise. He was exactly where he belonged, exactly when he was needed. And though he would never speak, that was the message he carried, silent and sure. Turbulence passes, love stays, and a small bear can hold an entire childhood safe inside his humble cotton chest. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Alberto reached Leaving Rum Station late in the afternoon, just as fat silver raindrops started splashing on the roof of the long platform. His mother's little sedan stopped beside a puddle that rippled under the drizzle, and she hurried him out, umbrella forgotten in the back seat, kisses landing on his forehead and cheeks. She smelled of orange blossom soap and warm laundry. A faint pink lipstick print remained on his brow when she finally climbed back into the car, waved twice, and disappeared into the wet blur of town traffic. The boy stood alone for a heartbeat. Wind swirled through the iron arches overhead and hissed along the edges of his ticket. The paper rectangle was stiff, cream-colored, and glossy as though it had been printed that very morning. He flipped it between his fingers. On the front, black block letters declared FAST Track Fraser's First-Class Railway, one way. On the back, a purple octopus with 8 spiraling arms slid a golden crown onto its own head. The creature looked proud, almost smug, and Alberto caught himself smiling before he realized strangers were hurrying by. His trunk thudded on the platform when he set it down. Inside were clothes folded by his mother, a pocket sketchbook, 3 short pencils, a magnifying glass, and a small net for catching insects, all rattling together. Alberto leaned over the leather lid to hush them, then lifted his gaze at the train itself. Engine number 19 waited under a cloud of hissing steam, its emerald paint shimmering in the rain light. Brass trim traced the edges of every panel like spun gold thread. He had imagined something special, but this surpassed every drawing he had made in his sketchbook at home. A girl about Mila's age, Alberto guessed 4, scuttled past, nearly clipping his knee with her wheeled suitcase. Her hair was cinnamon-colored, thick bangs plastered to her forehead by damp air. Stickers of cartoon stars and wobbly hearts peeled from the suitcase surface. The latch was half-latched, half-hopeful. When she reached the first carriage step she yanked too hard and the case burst open. Out tumbled fruit pouches, apple wedges wrapped in waxed paper, crackers, bread crumbs, and one forlorn banana smearing its peel on the wet stone. A tall woman in a forest green suit briskly descended the steps. She wore a matching pillbox hat pinned over a tight bun and gloves the color of midnight. Her smile was so wide it seemed to brighten the rain. With a small silver scoop dangling from her belt, she crouched, swept the spilled snacks into the girl's suitcase, clicked the latch shut, and dusted the child's shoulder as though picking off raindrops. "Ticket, please," she chimed, voice as clear as a bell. The girl passed her ticket with 2 sticky fingers. A delicate puncher clipped a neat hole shaped like a star in one corner. "Off you go, Miss Pumpkin," the conductor whispered. She guided the child inside and then slipped a golden pocket watch from her blazer. 2 minutes, she announced to the platform. Passengers scurried, umbrellas bobbing, coats snapping. The conductor's watch snapped closed. Her gaze found Alberto. One wink, swift as the pocket watch shutter, invited him forward. He felt his chest swell in surprise. Clutching his ticket, he dragged his trunk through the steam and drizzle. "Ready, sir?" the conductor asked, voice musical. "Train conductor?" Alberto echoed, uncertain whether that was how one should address her. "Ticket, please," she said again, unfazed. He handed it over. The star punch bit the card, and she passed it back with a flourish. "Carriage A, seat 23. Watch your step." A handful of last-minute travelers followed. Alberto entered the warm, lamplit carriage where burgundy velvet benches lined polished wooden floors. The ceiling arched in cedar ribs. The air smelled of peppermint polish and faint smoke from the engine. Seat 23 was beside the round-faced girl. She sat cross-legged, sneakers half off, thumb in mouth. Her eyes resembled shiny chestnuts, wide, curious, and merry. She waved the moment Alberto glanced her way. In other rows, grown-up passengers in cotton coats, faux fur collars, or velvet cloaks stared absently at windows, newspapers, or nothing at all. They seemed carved from wool rather than flesh. The girl, by contrast, thrummed with life. So Alberto tucked his trunk under the seat and settled beside her, returning her wave with shy fingers. The conductor, Mrs. and Fraser, according to the brass plate on her lapel, appeared at the front. She pressed gloved palms together and beamed. "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome aboard Fast Track Fraser's first-class railway." Her voice twirled like ribbon down the aisle. "I'm Mrs. Fraser, your conductor on our 30-mile journey to delightful Siesta Village. A few reminders, as our rules have changed since your last visit." She winked, though Alberto suspected few passengers had visited before. "Emergency exits are located here, here, and here." She pointed left, right, up, and behind in rapid ballet. "Afternoon tea at noon sharp. Today's soup, classic chicken with..." She paused for drama. "Goldfish crackers." The cinnamon-haired girl squealed. "Crackers, please." Mrs. Fraser's smile glowed. "Bathrooms at the rear. Keep hands, feet, and cherished belongings inside at all times. Lastly, in the unlikely event of danger, kindly place your hands on your cheeks like so." She demonstrated, palms flat to her face. "Open your mouth wide, raise your eyebrows, and scream, 'Ah!'" She delivered an ear-splitting shriek. Alberto joined with gusto. The little girl copied them, cheeks bulging, voice higher than a whistle. Other passengers grimaced or chuckled. A blond man in grease-stained overalls poked his head in. "Too loud, you three," he scolded gently. Mrs. Fraser tapped his chin with her gloved finger, blew a playful kiss to his cheek, and he retreated blushing. The conductor's own cheeks pinked as she straightened her jacket and resumed. "One more instruction. Please do not feed the giant octopi. They fancy snacks and may follow us home." She eyeballed the children. Alberto laughed. The girl giggled and kicked off the other sneaker. As Mrs. Fraser marched forward, the engine whistle shrieked. The whole carriage lurched. Lamps swayed. "All aboard!" she called, hopping down the aisle. "Next stop, Siesta Village!" The train huffed, hooted, then rolled. Wheels clacked beneath floorboards. Outside, the gray station blurred into wet fields. Rain rattled on windows. A low, unexpected neigh sounded from the engine, followed by a rhythmic chug as though a horse had decided to become a locomotive. The little girl crooned Old MacDonald through her thumb. Mid-verse she tugged a loose thread along the window frame. The seam frayed like spaghetti. Alberto leaned in. "Don't pull that," he whispered. "The wall might unravel." She pouted, thumb wet. "Beto kiss?" Alberto stiffened. "Sure, Mila. We pretend we don't know each other, remember?" He side-eyed nearby passengers. A shaggy cow wearing reading glasses dozed by the window, unaware. Mila swung her tiny foot, toes aimed at his knee. "Beto?" Alberto pinched his lips. "Quiet. Something special happens soon." "Doggy?" she insisted. "No. Mommy!" Mila squealed loud enough that the cow stirred. Mrs. Fraser reappeared, eyes twinkling. "Attention, dear travelers! We approach a rather narrow tunnel. Kindly huddle close. Our carriage may compress to pass through." Alberto's heart thudded with excitement. He looped an arm around Mila and scooted to the aisle bench. The lamps dimmed. Wind whooshed. The arch ceiling groaned as though pulled inward by invisible hands. Light vanished when the engine plunged into darkness. Metal shrieked. Panels crept closer. Cushions squeezed against passengers' shoulders. Mila shrieked in delight and clambered fully onto Alberto's lap. He laughed as the carriage folded like an accordion, seats scrunching, passengers squealing yet somehow unharmed. Dust puffed. Then, as quickly as it began, the walls expanded, Daylight burst through the windows. The tunnel was behind them. Some travelers lay sprawled, skirts askew, hats askance, but nobody seemed hurt. Emerging from shadows, Mrs. Fraser wheeled a brass trolley laden with wonders, teapots, saucers painted with jungle scenes, a pyramid of sandwich triangles without crusts, grapes glistening in tiny silver bowls, and strawberries arranged to form a smiling face. A porcelain tureen steamed gently. Mila rubbed her belly, eyes wide. Mrs. Fraser knelt to their row. Special orders for our honorary guests. She handed Mila a snack-sized pouch of goldfish crackers, and to both children she presented insulated mugs topped with whipped cream. Cocoa for bravery. Alberto sipped, warmth sliding into his stomach like melted chocolate stars. Mila slurped loudly, mustache of foam below her nose. Halfway through her drink, Mila lifted the cracker bag. Her gaze flicked from Alberto to the conductor and back. Slowly she turned to the window where the rain had stopped, and a lake appeared, surface smooth as polished slate. Alberto followed her stare, and his eyes widened. The water shimmered turquoise in weak sun, ringed by pine trees. He whispered, "Don't even think." Mila giggled devilishly, stuck out her tongue, and pressed a goldfish cracker onto the glass. Its orange body stuck for a second. She laughed harder and peeled open the bag. "Stop!" Alberto lunged, but 5 crackers already sailed in a neat arc. They hit the pane, slipped down, vanished. Mila squealed. Ripples quivered across the lake. A dark blur deep under the surface lifted like a rising moon. 8 violet limbs broke through, slow and majestic, droplets cascading. The tentacles stretched toward the sky, each tip lined with grapefruit-sized suckers. Alberto clutched Mila tight. The octopus hovered, arms waving like curious vines. Then, with alarming speed, one tentacle speared forward, shattering a window 3 rows ahead. Glass tinkled, wind roared. A plush crocodile with a missing eye tumbled from its owner's lap. The tentacle twisted, seized the crocodile, and yanked it out into open air. The crocodile disappeared into the lake with a splash. Passengers screamed. Cotton-stuffed creatures scattered. An alpaca wearing a floral scarf fainted into the aisle. The cow near the window mooed in terror. "Hands on cheeks," Mrs. Fraser called, voice steady though her hat teetered. "Scream, everyone, scream!" Alberto clasped his cheeks. Mila copied him, her lips forming the round O. Together they screeched. Another tentacle whipped through, reaching for a lamb plush with a jingling bell collar. Mila lunged like a tiny warrior, fingers snaring the lamb's ear just as suction cups latched onto its fleece. She pulled, heels braced against the seat. The octopus tugged back. The lamb bleated mechanically. "Ba triple A! Beto!" Mila cried. "Peas Beto!" Alberto scrambled under his seat, yanked out his trunk. Inside, beside the bug net and sketchbook, lay toy cars, tin trains, and a bright yellow plastic hammer with a squeaker head. He froze, entranced by the little train engines for half a second, rolling wheels under his thumb. A loud pop snapped him back. Mrs. Fraser's voice sliced through the chaos. "Alberto, hurry!" He grabbed the squeaker hammer, crawled across the floor, dodging confused plush passengers. A tentacle uncoiled toward him, wet and glistening, smelling of brine. The boy swung. The head of the hammer squeaked impotently but struck true. A dull thunk, a wobble, and the tentacle recoiled, spraying droplets. Alberto leapt onto the seat. The lamb dangled. Mila's fingers slipped. Alberto raised the hammer, delivered a decisive bonk. The octopus wailed, a bubbling groan that shook the glass. The lamb popped free and landed in Mila's arms. 5 minutes, love! A familiar male voice called from somewhere beyond the carriage door. It was the blonde mechanic, grease smudged across his nose, wrench in hand. "No, Daddy, no bed!" Mila shouted, tears forgotten, victory sweet. Mrs. Fraser hustled down the aisle as the octopus retreated, suckers sliding from windows, broken glass tinkling to the floor. "Settle, everyone, we're clear of the lake," she announced, though her breaths came fast. She reached Alberto and Mila. The lamb bleated another mechanical bawl. Mila clutched it, and wet cracker crumbs stuck to its nose. Mrs. Fraser smoothed her skirt. "I believe it is bedtime for little heroes," she said. A giggle escaped despite the danger. "Daddy will handle cleanup." The mechanic entered, wiping hands on a rag. He ducked a dangling wire and scooped Mila from the seat. She draped sleepily over his shoulder, sucking her thumb again. The lamb's bell jingled. "5 more minutes, Beto, make them count," the mechanic said with a grin. He carried Mila toward the exit of the train tent set up in the family's living room. Alberto yawned wide. Mrs. Fraser, no longer a conductor but mom once more, knelt and brushed stray hair from his forehead. "Can you tidy your trunk, sweetheart?" "Yes, train conductor mommy," he whispered. She kissed the faint lipstick print she'd left earlier, now smudged by adventure. 5 more minutes. Alberto rearranged the toys, fitting each car and train neatly. He laid the yellow hammer atop the sketchbook as though sheathing a sword. His eyelids drooped. Every muscle felt pleasantly heavy from excitement. Finally he folded the trunk lid and clicked the latch. Mom lifted him from the tent, blanket cape trailing. "We're almost at Siesta Village," she teased, carrying him up the stairs. "Train conductor, mommy?" he murmured against her shoulder. "Yes, Bibi? I love you. I love you more than all the octopus arms in the sea," he chuckled, drowsy. She tucked him under quilts printed with maps and castles, set the trunk at the foot of the bed, and turned on the night light shaped like an emerald train engine. "Welcome to Siesta Village, my love," she whispered. Alberto's breath evened. Dreams rolled down long tracks toward morning cocoa and new adventures. I shouldn't have opened the letter. From the second my fingers brushed the paper, thin, brittle, and fox-spotted with age, it seemed to breathe, pulling me closer until I could no longer resist. That letter changed everything, yet the story really began long before. On the Thursday I set out for my usual round of estate sales. On most Thursdays I wake up buzzing like a shaken soda bottle, already picturing the dusty treasures I might rescue. I kick off my worn cotton pajamas, tug on jeans, and slip into my gray V-neck tee, the one that says "Vintage" in cracked white vinyl, and I practically bounce down the hallway. I breathe in the perfume of early spring lilacs that spill their scent through my window, sweet, hopeful, like childhood summers. Usually the flowers cheer me. But that Thursday I snapped awake with a sour churn low in my gut. I couldn't pin down the reason. Bad dream leftovers, I decided, yet the unease clung like damp sheets. A drizzle gray light pressed through the lace curtains, and instead of lifting my mood, it dulled it further. Then came the lilac smell. That fragrance, normally soft and floral, roared into the room thick as cough syrup, almost rotten with sweetness. My stomach flipped. I staggered to the window and slammed it shut, muttering an apology to no one in particular. The sudden silence was heavy, and for one wild second I thought about crawling back under my quilt, skipping the sales, and pretending the day didn't exist. 15 minutes later, though, I was dressed and locking my front door, an impulsive urgency dragging me outside. My calendar showed no appointments, no deadlines, yet I felt called, like some invisible string tugged me along the walkway. Outside, the lilac hedges that framed my porch seemed larger than life, their blossoms sagging with rain, each flower head heavy and oversweet. A bee flitted between petals, but even the bee felt out of place, wings slower than usual, for damp. I hurried down the path, keys in hand, trying to breathe through my mouth. Estate sale number 1 sat on Maple Avenue, a slim bungalow with sagging gutters and a chalkboard sign that read "Everything must go" in smudged pink chalk. I joined strangers wandering through the rooms, retirees searching for glassware bargains, young couples hunting furniture, a college student scooping up vintage records. Normally I'd float room to room, humming, touching fabrics, picturing each find cleaned and proud in my booth at the antique mall. But today, every corner felt wrong, too bright, too dim, too lopsided. After half an hour the house still offered no gem that thrilled me. I was ready to leave when my shoes slipped on the kitchen linoleum. My hand shot out, catching the edge of a butcher block counter. The second my palm touched that wood, a torrent of sensations slammed through me. I smelled sizzling bacon fat and fresh ground coffee. Heat from an oven wrapped my skin. I heard children's laughter bouncing off tile walls. I saw, truly saw, a little girl perched on a stool, giggling behind small hands while an old cartoon played on a bulky tube TV across the room. The room shimmered like film grain, but it felt solid. Before I could speak, a shriek, pure, raw, ripped through the kitchen. It came from everywhere and nowhere, rattling my ribs. I jerked back, heart hammering. The sounds vanished. The smells dissolved. The girl, the TV, the warmth, all gone. The linoleum sagged under fluorescent bulbs again, fluorescent hum resurrected. A dusty plug dangled from the unplugged TV. I let go of the countertop and spun toward the hallway. Everything looked ordinary. People pawing at dishes, debating prices. My breath rattled. A ding rang from the old oven behind me. I almost launched out of my skin. Panic shoved me through the living room until I reached the front door. But a single word curdled in the air, gluing my feet to the carpet. Edith. The voice wasn't shouted. It was spoken softly, but it scraped across nerves I didn't know existed. My body moved on its own, drifting down the basement stairs toward a side door that led into the garage. The crowd noise faded behind me. The garage should have been cluttered with half-empty paint cans and rusty rakes. Earlier, I had peeked in and dismissed it, worthless for my booth. Now, though, the room felt swollen with quiet expectancy. And the lilac scent, there it was again, richer than perfume, drowning every whiff of gasoline or lawn seed. Why am I here? I wondered. Leave, my common sense begged. But my feet kept moving until pale sunlight burned through the high windows. The light fell on a slim gray-haired woman seated at an old roll-top desk. 10 minutes earlier that desk had been buried beneath broken cardboard, but now the clutter was gone. The woman's shoulders hunched, her fingers trembling as they hovered above a single envelope. She glanced my way, no, through me, then scrawled something, slid the letter into the envelope, and sealed it. A door creaked above us. Heavy steps pounded the wooden stairs that led into the kitchen. Edith! The male voice rumbled, thick with contempt. I work all day to put food on this table. Think it'll cook itself? I tried to turn but couldn't. The woman, Edith, lifted her face. Her gray eyes were bruised with exhaustion, yet behind them a spark of defiance flickered. She slid her hands into her apron pockets, inhaled deeply, and squared her narrow shoulders. Yes. I'm sorry, she called, measured and calm. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. Footsteps thudded onto the concrete. Though I couldn't see him, I felt him, heat, anger, sour breath lingering on the back of my neck. My skin prickled. After a moment he grunted and retreated, boots thumping up the stairs. Edith stepped to the desk, pulled out the top left drawer, pushed the base aside, and tucked her envelope into a hidden space. She stared at me with a plea in her eyes, as if urging me to remember. Then a single tear slid down her cheek, glinting in the sun. She lifted a hand, maybe to speak, maybe to reach. The windows flashed dark. The scent of bacon flipped to cold chemical fumes. When I blinked, Edith was gone. The roll-top desk sagged under dust again. Boxes and a collapsed ladder leaned against it. The lilac smell was still there, but faint now, like a memory. A tear tracked down my own cheek. I stumbled closer, heart battering, and yanked at the drawer. It wouldn't budge. Upstairs, someone called. Miss? Do you need help? I shrieked, whirled, and startled a teenage cashier who half shrieked back. We both clutched our chests, then laughed nervously. Sorry, she said. Didn't mean to scare you. That drawer sticks, whole desk's warped. Owners will probably toss it. Toss it? After what I'd seen. I cleared my throat. Actually, I'm interested in buying it. Her brows rose. Really? Yeah. How much? She shrugged. No tag. It's missing a leg and the drawer's busted. $10? Before I could answer, A wiry woman in a floral blouse, likely the sale organizer, appeared. That desk was Mr. Smithson's pride, she announced. Can't let it go for peanuts. $50 for a broken desk was ridiculous. My usual limit on fixer-uppers was 20, but something about Edith's tear insisted I agree. Done, I said. I'll arrange pickup. The woman's eyes flashed with triumph, then softened into customer service warmth. Lovely. Mark it sold. 4 hours later I returned home, rickety desk wedged in Jeff's pickup. We hadn't labeled our relationship. Jeff feared labels like cats fear bathwater, but he was sweet enough to load furniture for me on a drizzly afternoon. He stood beside the truck, arms folded, eyebrows raised at the sorry desk. Sadie, this thing's toast. Please tell me you paid scrap price, he muttered. I kissed his stubbled cheek and laughed, dodging the question. He sighed, climbed into the bed, and muscled the desk onto my back porch. While he worked, I noticed the lilac bushes flanking my walkway. Just that morning they had burst with color. Now every blossom was shriveled, petals brown and curling as if touched by frost. I reached out, one petal disintegrated on contact, scattering like gray ash. An unexpected sorrow pinched my chest. Flowers didn't die in hours, yet here was proof. Soon we sat at the patio table with sandwiches and lemonade. I told him everything, the scent, the vision, the letter, Edith's desperate eyes, half expecting him to tease. He listened, wiping mayonnaise from his lip, glancing at the desk. When I finished he set his glass down. Only one way to know, he said. He fetched a screwdriver, pried at the sticking drawer, and popped it free. Inside, the wood bottom looked ordinary, until he pressed one corner, and the false panel slid back. A single envelope lay in the hollow. Handmade paper tinged pale purple, tiny lilac petals pressed in the fibers. My heart beat in my ears. I lifted the envelope. The flap wasn't sealed. Instead, a brittle crease suggested it had been opened and resealed many times. Your call, Jeff whispered. Read it or leave it. I hesitated. Edith's haunted face hovered behind my eyes. Her sadness felt alive, sticky, and heavy, but another feeling pulsed beneath it, a whisper of purpose. I slid the letter out. The ink had bled into the delicate fibers, words faint yet legible. I wanted to warn you. I was trapped. I am sorry. Just one sentence, but reading it rocked me like a punch. A wave of vertigo tilted the porch. Bacon sizzled somewhere far away. Jeff's voice blurred. The lilac smell rushed in, syrup thick. My vision dimmed. When sight returned, the room beside me wasn't my porch. It was the same dim garage from the vision, except now I stood where Edith had stood. The desk gleamed new. Sunlight pierced the windows. I heard the man thundering above. My legs were jelly, yet my hand rose, gripping a pen that wasn't mine. Against my will, I copied the sentence onto fresh lilac paper. I tried to stop. My fingers burned. Sweat dotted my lip. As each letter formed, dread swelled until I thought my ribs would crack. The ink dried fast, sinking into fibers like veins. Footsteps stomped on distant stairs. A door slammed. Sadie! The voice roared, Jeff's, but deeper, cruel. I work all day to put food on this table. Think breakfast cooks itself? Terror iced my blood. Somehow I was reliving Edith's nightmare. The letter slipped from my hand. Back on my porch, Jeff was yelling my name. I gasped, clutching the table. The paper now lay blank, my writing gone. A pen rolled beside it even though Jeff hadn't set one down. He knelt, face taut with worry. You okay? You zoned out. I swallowed. Yes. We need to hide this letter. I slid it into the envelope, sealed the flap, and forced a smile. That night I dreamed of Edith. She sat at the roll-top desk, writing the same sentence over and over, tearing it up, hiding it, rewriting it, trapped in an endless loop. Whenever she looked at me, her eyes begged me to finish something she could not. I woke before dawn. The envelope pulsed in my thoughts like a heartbeat. I crept to the porch. The air smelled faintly of dust, no lilacs. I laid the envelope in the desk's secret compartment and slid the panel into place. The wood side shut, as if satisfied. Inside, Jeff stirred. We didn't talk about the letter again. The following week I sold the desk, as is, to a restorer who loved its bones. I pocketed the cash, but money wasn't why I bought it. I'd kept my promise to Edith, whatever that promise was. Weeks later, fresh buds appeared on my lilac bushes, purple as bruises at first, then softening to lavender. Their scent returned gentle, balanced. Sometimes I sit on the porch with morning coffee, breathing the flowers, and I feel Edith near, no longer pleading, just present. I still hunt estate sales. I still wear my vintage shirt. But now, when an uneasy breeze rustles a stack of forgotten letters or a desk drawer sticks, I pause. Some treasures want to be rescued, others beg to stay hidden. I learn to listen. Because letters, like people, can haunt, and the past loves company. I still remember the night I first arrived at the lumber camp as clearly as if I were holding a slice of cold moonlight in my hands. A quarter moon, the kind people sometimes call a hunter's moon, stood in the sky above the north woods and washed pale light over every pine needle, every drift of snow, and every weather-beaten roof. The air had that sharp, clean smell that comes only when the temperature hangs well below freezing and the snow is packed hard. In the hush, the tallest white pines cast cobalt shadows that stretched far across the crusted drifts. Between those shadows rose the gray shapes of the bunkhouse, the cook-shack, the blacksmith shop, and the tool shed. A few dozen men, jacks, the old hands called themselves, were already asleep inside those low, heavy buildings, their dreams carried along the length of the camp on low, rumbling snores. I had never worked a winter up north before, and everything about that clearing felt bigger than life. Bigger than any lumberyard I'd known back home, bigger than any story I'd read. My new boots creaked and crackled on the path, the soles still too stiff to bend without complaining. The leather pinched the backs of my heels, but I was too proud, and too cold, to stop and loosen the laces. A borrowed pack hung off one shoulder. I carried a bedroll beneath one arm and clutched a battered cardboard suitcase in the other hand. The suitcase rattled each time I took a step, saw blades tapping against spare socks, boot grease sliding under mittens, coffee tin knocking the heel of a flask. I thought every sound I made must carry straight through that silent starlit forest and startle night birds from their nests, but the camp remained hushed. If you stood back and counted every building, the big cookhouse, the long bunkhouse, the smitty, the tool shed, the meat locker, the powder magazine, the privies, and the little supervisor's shack, you might think the place was large. But in the wild, empty miles of pine and spruce, those square silhouettes looked small enough to crush in a giant's fist. I did not yet know that the men snoring inside spoke of just such a giant when they wanted to pass a long evening. Paul Bunyan, the boss of all bosses, who could straddle two hills the way a crow straddles fence posts. That night I just wanted to get warm, crawl into my assigned bunk, and forget how quick my heartbeat felt. The bunkhouse stood at the far end of a packed-down path, roof and walls cut from rough pine logs with the bark still on them, the chinks filled with frozen moss. Smoke curled from a stovepipe straight up through the moonlit sky. When I opened the heavy door, an armed wave of heat hit me full in the face. It smelled of iron stove, old blankets, sweat drying in wool, and bread crust from supper. For a heartbeat, everything inside the door looked black, as if I'd opened a cellar hatch in the floor. Then my eyes found a pair of lanterns set near the far wall, their chimneys sooty, their flames trembling in a little draught. Someone told me later the bunkhouse was 95 feet long, but that first moment it might as well have been a tunnel that carried right through the earth and came out in China. "Shut that door!" a rough voice called from the gloom beside the stove. I jumped and shoved the door with my boot, and the cold night was gone. My breath left a little puff of fog that rose toward the rafters. Row after row of double bunks ran the length of the building, each tier stacked 3 bunks high, one above another so close I figured a big man might scrape his knuckles if he sat up too fast. I walked down the narrow aisle like a miner coming out of darkness, squeezing my shoulders between the posts and ducking when a length of wet wool flannel hung from the upper rails. Someone's sock steamed over my head, the wool blotched from long weeks of wear. The black iron stove squatted in the center of a circle of men, red doors glowing, iron sides ticking as heat expanded them. I could see the men clearly once I was close. The one who had called out was sitting on the lowest bunk with needle, thread, and a worn gray sock. Another man leaned against the opposite post, twisting a little hardwood plug into a pipe bowl. Two younger fellows knelt on the floor between bunks, shuffling a deck of thick playing cards and slapping them down on a blanket spread across the quilts. Others lounged on the top bunks, heads propped in palms, half asleep, eyes reflecting lantern light as if they were chained dogs blinking in a campfire's glow. No one greeted me right away. A man new to a camp has to earn his welcome by putting in a workday, by showing he can swing an axe or handle a peavey without losing a finger. So I kept my head low, slipped my suitcase under the closest empty bunk, laid my bedroll on the hay tick, and tried to pretend I was part of the place. But I suppose I must have looked younger than I wanted to admit, because the sockmender's eyes settled on me again a minute later. He had one foot bare, toes pink in the warmth, the other foot clad in a heavy caulked boot laced up to mid-calf. "New boots, eh?" he said with a half-grin. "You'll have blisters tomorrow." His voice carried the rasp of long nights drinking black coffee and breathing sawdust. I considered an answer, but before I could speak someone else piped up. I noticed then how quiet the bunkhouse had grown. Even the card players were only half watching their game. Something in my arrival, or maybe just in the need to pass time, had turned heads toward the old Jack and his needle. One fellow with a patched Mackinaw coat bent forward. "Why don't you tell us about Paul?" he suggested, tapping ash into a little iron tray. "Paul?" the mender repeated as if he'd been kicked awake. "Paul's arm's broke. What's to tell about him? Doctor says it'll knit." He spoke of a flesh-and-blood man named Paul, apparently a sawyer who'd slipped on the iced skidway that morning. "Not that Paul," the pipe man said, blowing blue smoke around his words. "Paul Bunyan." The name carried a weight that tightened the air around the stove. The sockmender drew his needle through the gray wool and snapped the leading edge of the thread with a fingernail. "Paul Bunyan, is it?" A spark of amusement showed in his eyes. "What about him?" "Anything," the pipe man said. "Tell the new kid how things were in the old days." The old Jack's beard shifted with a gust of breath, maybe a sigh, maybe laughter. In that messy beard were splinters as pale as ivory and ash as dark as cinders. He set the damp sock across one knee, squared his shoulders to the glow of the stove, and gazed around at each of us before beginning. It seemed to me that the bunkhouse grew warmer still, as though expectation had the power to raise the mercury in the thermometer. "Once there was a man," he began, "bigger and stronger than any other who ever shouldered an axe or set a choke line. When Paul Bunyan swung his axe, the blade didn't just cut trees laid down because they knew they were beat. The sound of his snoring would roll across valleys like thunder on the 4th of July, and when he laughed the tremor could start an avalanche. His beard was so thick you could drop a runaway colt into it, and the cold would come out the other side smelling of spruce pitch and cinnamon bears. Some say Paul was born in Maine, other folks swear he stepped straight out of a winter storm, a full-grown giant carrying an axe the size of a windmill. But however he came into the world, by the time he walked these north woods he'd already cleared timber across half the country." The card players forgot their game. One man on the floor hugged his knee and rocked, listening. The pipe man nodded along, smoke curling from his nostrils. The mender's voice kept flowing, calm and steady, like sap warming in a maple trunk. Now Paul figured logging crews could always do better, so he set himself up as boss. He could measure a man's worth by the swing of his arms, knew exactly how many board feet any crew could send down a river without breaking a sweat, because he himself was good for 10 times that. He'd cut in the morning, haul logs in the afternoon, sharpen 100 saws after supper, and still have breath left to walk the bunkhouses, making sure every Jack had dry socks. That was his way, fair but relentless. He paused, threading his needle again, flipping the knot tight. In the stove the fire popped, chasing sparks up the chimney. Someone's pipe stem clicked softly against teeth. One winter, the old Jack continued, we had what folks later called the blue snow. Fell so cold you couldn't see or breathe because it froze invisible. The flakes were tinged blue, whether from the northern lights or the devil's lantern, I never knew. They piled so deep even Paul's ox babe, big enough to pull rivers straight, got lost in the drifts and came out dyed sky blue from nose to tail. We cut ice windows in the drifts just so we could let a bit of daylight into the cook shack. I must have made a skeptical noise, for the mender's needle stopped mid-air and his eyes flicked to me like lantern flame on an icicle. You doubt? Then you'd call me a liar. Yet I tell you I was there. I swum saw beside Paul himself that year. One of the card players finally spoke, voice low. You never said that before. The mender sniffed. Nobody asked? He settled the sock against his leg. That blue snow winter was so merciless that a man might look out in the morning, see no end to it, and imagine every tree was coffin wood ready cut for his burial. Morale fell slower than the temperature, but it fell. By Christmas Eve men were glass-eyed, cracking from the inside out. Paul studied our faces and reckoned we needed something no bark soup or flapjack stack could fix. So he told us to keep the fires banked, take care of the stock, and give him 3 days. Then he walked east, stride so long he stepped across counties. And he did not stop until he reached China itself. I blinked. China. I'd never been 50 miles from home until that railway dropped me at camp. The whole globe spread around me like a map I'd only seen in books. He aimed to bring us back a Christmas gift, the mender said. A bit of white snow, pure and untouched by the blue curse. Half the camp swore he was touched himself. But on Christmas morning he returned, shoulders heaped with sacks. He'd crossed oceans, trekked deserts, climbed the Himalayas, never once resting, until he found a cloud the right color. Then he cut that cloud with his axe of the north wind, captured the white flakes before they melted, packed them safe, and carried them home. Each Jack received one perfect snowball, cold as starlight and white as hope. Some men kept theirs in cellars, some in ice houses. None melted. We held them like proof a better season would come. While he spoke he reached behind the bunk for a little bundle of cloth, the kerchief already dark with damp. He unwrapped it, and there sat a lump of snow, not crystal sharp as new snow, but still snow, and it steamed faintly in the overheated bunkhouse. My skepticism wavered, yet I still asked how he preserved it. Most summers the first find a fish pond hidden in shade, he said. I set the snowball on the bottom beneath a stone. Water keeps it safe. He wrapped it again and nudged it away from the stove. Silence pooled around us like sap. I should have been exhausted from travel, but curiosity drove sleep away. The heat, the rank smell of drying wool, the hush broken only by stove snaps, everything pressed close, intimate as a dream. What else did Paul do? I asked, voice halfway between awe and doubt. A tall Jack near the stovepipe leaned forward. His pipe smoke curled round his head like the ghost of a thought. You recall Brimstone Bill? He asked the mender. The mender chuckled. Reckon I do. Bill could fell a cedar faster than a bear could climb it, but his mouth was worse than a sawmill with no grease. Every cursed word blistered paint off the cook shack door. The tall Jack took up the tale. Paul decided no crew of his would suffer such language. First he tried washing Bill's mouth with homemade lye soap. Didn't help a spit. Then he tried docking wages. Bill cussed him twice as hard. So Paul cut a hole in winter ice big enough to swallow an ox, tied a rope round Bill's middle, and lowered him into the river. He held him there until Bill's tongue froze clean as a church marble. Pulled him up, thawed him out by the stove, and from then on the only words Bill ever spoke were please and thank you. Laughter rippled through the bunks. Even the snoring men shifted. The card players laid their deck aside. One scratched his beard. Tell about the time Paul flattened the Dakotas, he said. Never tire of that yarn. So the tales marched on. One Jack swore Paul dug the Grand Canyon by dragging his double-bit axe behind him on a walking trip. Another claimed Paul rolled stones on Lake Superior to smooth the water for ice skating. Each yarn grew longer, each impossibility more grand, yet every teller spoke with a reverence that made me wonder where truth ended and brag began. At last the pipe man puffed a final ring of smoke. "Suppose none of us be here if not for Paul," he said. "His stories keep us whistling when the wind tries to scare us home." The bunkhouse settled. The mender pushed needle through wool one last time, tied off, and slipped the finished sock over his bare foot. He set his boots to warm by the stove, climbed into an upper bunk, and sighed. I thought the night's excitement was finished, but as I rolled into my blanket a new voice sounded, slow, hesitant, from a bunk near the back. It belonged to a narrow-shouldered man with eyes like tarnished coins. "Funny you all talk of Paul," he said. "I heard a different kind of tale. Not of super feats, but of one thing he did that maybe weren't so mighty, unless courage counts as might." No one answered, but the quiet invited him to continue. "Somewhere out west," he said, "long after the blue snow, Paul's crew liched onto a logging claim owned by a widow with 3 small children. Company men wanted her timber but offered pennies. She reckoned to hold out, but winter closed, food ran short, and the children ailed. Paul's crew found her cabin one night when a lantern flame poked through a blizzard. They chopped wood, hauled water, nursed the children's fevers. Paul put down his axe, stood guard by the hearth, and when the company men came he refused their deed, filled their pockets with his own wages, and told them to buy feed for poor farm hands instead. The widow kept her claim. Come spring the first trees felled were hers, milled and stacked to rebuild her barn. A hush fell thicker than before. Even the stove seemed to hold its heat. I pictured a giant kneeling in the snow, handing a cup of broth to a sick child, and somehow that picture felt truer than the tallest tree falling boast. Morning came too soon. We filed out before dawn, breath smoking blue in starlight, axes ringing as we loaded sleds. Not a man complained. Maybe the bunkhouse tales were nothing but firelight and fancy, but something of Paul Bunyan walked among us that day. Each time I swung my axe, I aimed to plant the blade square and true, as if Paul himself watched from behind a pine trunk, measuring my heart. I never saw a snowball of Chinese white, never met a sky blue ox, never flattened a Dakota. Yet winter after winter, when the moon thins to a white quarter and the wind between the pines sounds like a giant's low laugh, I feel that old bunkhouse warmth. And I remember how stories stitched a group of lonely jacks together, mending us as surely as a needle in gray wool. So if you ever find yourself miles from town, staring at a wood stove's glow while snow stacks higher than the cookhouse roof, listen for Paul's footsteps outside. They might be wind, or they might be a tail walking toward you, big enough to fill the night with hope. I used to believe I was the sort of man who could face anything. I convinced myself that strength was just a matter of willpower, that all hardships could be pushed aside with enough stubbornness. I was wrong. If you are holding this book, you have already discovered the place I came to call the Endless Library, a name I chose out of habit rather than accuracy, because nothing here feels real enough for a proper title. You have learned, or will soon learn, that this building, if it can even be called that, demands an occupant. It is a self-sustaining prison that must always contain a single keeper to tend its silent corridors. One desk waits beneath the flickering lamps, and upon that desk sit 2 volumes, the blank book you are meant to fill and the one you are reading now. I wrote these pages for you just as the man before me wrote for me, and as countless others did for him. There is no sunrise to welcome you, no sunset to signal rest. Light comes only from the tall brass lamps that line each aisle. Their glow is weak and yellow, and even that faint comfort vanishes without warning. When a lamp darkens near you, do not hesitate. Run for the closest lantern that still burns. Do not explore the black gaps between shelves, and resist the urge to climb on top of them to see how far the rows stretch. I tried, despite reading that warning, certain I could outsmart whatever rules governed this place. I was wrong then too. The gloom above the shelves is not empty. Something moves there. Sometimes it crawls. Sometimes it waits. Either way, it enjoys the dark far more than you ever will. The library's layout appears simple at first glance. Long aisles, polished floors, plain wooden bookcases, but it shifts in quiet ways. Turn a corner once, and you return to the same corridor. Turn again, and the route has lengthened, the knots in the planks no longer where they were. The shelves are bare except for the dust that coats them like ash. Footprints might help if the floor would keep them, yet each mark fades within a minute, licked clean by unseen forces. Sounds travel strangely, too, sliding along the ceiling until soft noises echo behind you. The emptiness is a trickster. It does not want you to feel completely alone or completely safe. When I first arrived, I tested every boundary. I howled into the aisles, hammered on the shelves, pounded on the walls for hours. Nothing answered. Only when the lamps began to fail did I hear the first whisper. It floated behind me like a sigh through paper, a wordless invitation that chilled my spine. I fled to the next glowing lamp and stayed beneath its weak halo, hugging my knees, reminding myself not to venture back into the dark. You will want to investigate those voices. You may tell yourself that curiosity is harmless. Listen to me, let the whispers die without your reply. The things that speak are not offering comfort. They are hunting. Sleep, when it comes, brings its own cruelties. Exhaustion will press your eyes closed sooner or later, no matter how hard you fight it. The first time I dozed off beneath the light, I woke to find the lamp above me dead. Total darkness surrounded me, so thick that my own fingers disappeared before my face. I recalled the rule, keep your eyes closed, and obeyed, though terror burned through every nerve. Something brushed my ankle like the tip of a cold feather. Hot breath misted across my cheek, carrying a scent of rotted parchment. A dozen soft clicks sounded near my ear, like fingernails tapping thin glass. I clenched my jaw, fought the urge to scream, and waited. When the lamp flickered back to life, I opened my eyes. Nothing stood before me, yet the dust on the shelf beside me stirred as if an unseen hand had swept it aside in retreat. You will find circular staircases spiraling upward and downward at odd intervals. They appear as potential escapes, promising a way out of the unending corridors. Ignore them. They lead somewhere, but not to freedom. Sometimes the air along a staircase vibrates with muffled cries, pleas for help, sobs of fear, and those sounds will claw at your conscience. I nearly descended once when I heard a child's voice whimpering for her mother. Only the memory of the previous keeper's warning stopped me. Perhaps it was truly a child. Perhaps it was something wearing that voice like a mask. I will never know. What I do know is that the next lamp I reached nearly sputtered out as if some presence lingered just beyond its edge, disappointed that I had not taken the stairs. Though the library torments you with darkness and isolation, it does offer a key to release, and that key is simpler than you might expect. You must write a book, one that strangers outside these walls will read, cherish, and share. A bestseller, in ordinary terms. The blank volume on the desk is for that purpose alone. The ink never runs dry, the pages never end. If you attempt to harm yourself in despair, the building denies you that escape. I tried more than once. Knives snapped like brittle twigs, razors bent like wax. When I hurled myself from an upper gallery, the floor softened beneath me, delivering me unharmed. The library is patient. It needs you alive. It needs you writing. At first I thought, how hard can it be? I had always dreamed of publication. I sat at the desk and began a novel I once planned at home. Yet sentences faded as soon as I wrote them, words dissolving into the page as if the paper swallowed them whole. I sensed frustration mounting inside me, not my own anger alone, but something colder. I realized, slowly, that the library permits only work born within its walls. I had to write new stories, shaped by the strangeness around me, guided by the shadow that lurks beyond each shelf. I filled page after page, manuscript after manuscript. 723 drafts sit stacked behind me as I pen this note. Most are nonsense, stained with tears, shaky lines trailing into frantic scribbles. Some felt brilliant as I wrote, only to crumble on rereading. Yet today, for reasons I cannot name, the words flowed with a clarity I thought lost long ago. I reached the final sentence knowing that this manuscript is different. Whether that means success or another heartbreak, I cannot guess, but a part of me dares to hope. You will feel the library gnaw at you while you write. It does not break you quickly. It prefers slow decay. Tiny doubts bloom into wide cracks in your resolve. Memories of home blur until you question whether they truly existed. Some mornings I wept without understanding why. Other times rage shook me so violently I feared I would rip my own pages to pieces. Yet writing became my shield. Each new chapter was a barrier against the shadows, a signal to the lamps that I still fought. If despair drives you to stare into the darkness, the abyss will stare back with hungry patience. Fill your pen instead. The act of creation dims the whispers for a while, and light lingers longer near fresh ink. You may wonder whether the voices and figures are hallucinations born of loneliness. I cannot prove they are real. Perhaps the monsters hide only in our minds. Yet does that matter? Pain is pain whether inflicted by an outside hand or an inner demon. I have chosen to treat all threats here as real, because acting otherwise invites disaster. If I ever leave, will the whispers follow me? Will I glimpse pale faces lurking in normal streets? I cannot know, but freedom with nightmares is still better than captivity with certainty of horror. At the back of this book you will find a list of 1,256 names I copied from the volume left by my predecessor. He copied them from his, and so on. Each name belonged to someone who served as this library's prisoner. Thousands of years may live inside that list, or hundreds. I have lost the sense of time. But each name represents a mind bent beneath the same weight you now feel. When I first counted them, sickness rolled through me. I punched the shelf so hard my knuckles split. The blood vanished within minutes, as if the floor drank it. I decided then that the chain would end with me. I tried starvation, suffocation, fire. None worked. The library kept me breathing. Only when I resumed writing did the lamp steady again. I once believed the library chose its next keeper at random, but patterns tease the edges of my thoughts. I suspect the library binds itself to the first person who finishes reading the previous keepers. Masterpiece, the manuscript worthy enough to escape. If that theory is true, then I must admit guilt. I wrote words so compelling that you, out there in the real world, read them to the end. I yanked you into my place the instant you closed my book. I can never express how deeply that shames me. My apology is feeble, but sincere. I hope you will understand once the corridors stretch out before you and you sense the eyes beyond the shelves, that simple words mean little against such dread. Still, do not abandon hope. I was never a celebrated author outside these walls. If I can craft a story that the outer world loves, then so can you. Let your fear shape fertile ground for imagination. Pour loneliness into characters who walk under brighter skies. If laughter seems distant, write humor until it reminds you what laughter feels like. The library might claw at your heart, but it also offers endless hours free from worldly noise. Use them. Somewhere, readers await a tale only you can tell. When you escape, if your book bears my last name and dedication, search for me. I may be an old man by then, or only a memory, depending on how swiftly you succeed. Yet the thought that two survivors might share coffee in silence, knowing glances bridging what words cannot, comforts me more than I dare admit. No one else could understand our common nightmare. If we cannot meet, simply know that I wished you well each time my pen scratched a page. I write these final lines as the ink grows thicker, as if resisting the end of my confession. Lamps around the desk flicker brighter, signaling that some change approaches. I want to hope it is the door home opening for me at last. If not, I will keep writing until the library decides my work is enough. I pray your journey proves shorter than mine. May your pages fill quickly, may your story shine beyond these walls, and may you step back into daylight with your mind and soul intact. Until then, stay near the lamps, ignore the whispers, and let the blank book guide you toward freedom. The fall rain hammered the front window of the written word, my little bookshop on Main Street in Cedar Falls, Iowa. Outside, neon from the Majestic Theater bled through the downpour, smearing colors across the glass. Inside, a single lamp glowed on my desk, casting a weak halo over a half-empty mug of coffee and a stack of unpaid bills. Business had been slow. I, Jack McIntosh, bookseller by day, part-time private investigator by necessity, nursed a dull headache and the familiar ache of overdue rent. For most of the evening my only company was the smell of old paper and the groan of floorboards shifting with the wind. Then the door creaked open, jingling the bell overhead, and she stepped in. Rain dotted her trench coat, the fabric drinking in the shop's thin light. A fedora sat low over her face, but I caught a glimpse of pale hair, eyes like blue flame, and lips painted a red so bold it seemed unwise. She looked as if she belonged on a movie poster for a noir I could never afford to see on the big screen. "Looking for anything special?" I asked, trying to sound casual. No answer. She drifted past the shelves, her gaze gliding over popular thrillers and romances without a pause. At the back she stopped before the local history display, 3 shelves near the radiator that almost no one touched. Her fingers hovered over one book in particular, Shadows over Litchfield, an unsolved legacy. A slim self-published account of a 1928 mystery. Harold Litchfield, grand estate, sudden disappearance, mansion burning to the ground, plus a priceless gem nicknamed the Azure Eye that vanished with him. People around here treated the legend like a spooky fireside story. The book sold maybe 1 copy a month. She picked it up, turning the cover under the light. Something about the way her gloved hand brushed the title made my stomach tighten. "Can I help you find anything else?" I tried again. She turned, and I met those blue eyes full on. They showed no fear or indecision, just a hard glint that felt close to hunger. "Just browsing," she said, voice soft, almost smoky. She moved between shelves, fingertips gliding over spines as if counting them. Then she headed for the door. The bell rang. Rain swallowed her. A faint click reached my ears, the register drawer snapping shut though I hadn't touched it in an hour. I looked down. A gap yawned where Shadows over Litchfield had stood. I leaned on the counter, pulse thumping. That book wasn't worth $10, yet she'd lifted it clean. Why? Instinct told me something larger than petty theft walked out of my shop. Calling Detective Miller crossed my mind, but I pictured his grin. A glamorous stranger steals a dusty local history title. No blood, no gun, no traction. He brushed me off. I shrugged into my own trench coat, tugged my fedora low, and stepped into the rain. Main Street's sidewalks were slick mirrors reflecting theater signs and diner lamps. A dark sedan idled a block away, then slipped into the street. Taillights bled red along the wet pavement. A wild guess told me the car belonged to my mysterious visitor. I waved down a yellow cab crawling by. "Follow that vehicle." I sounded like every cheap detective novel I'd shelved. The cabbie just grunted. We trailed the sedan through quiet neighborhoods where maple leaves clogged gutters and porch lights glowed behind curtains. At a modest 2-story home on Sycamore Street the sedan stopped. A broad-shouldered man in an overcoat opened the passenger door. The woman stepped out. They disappeared inside. I paid the cab and waited beneath a dripping oak across the street. Hours passed. Rain, wind, and occasional freight train groans on distant tracks. Near dawn, a light flickered in an upstairs window. 2 silhouettes argued, her slim frame pacing, his hulking shape blocking her path. I couldn't hear words, but tension stamped itself on the glass. Morning brought a washed-clean sky and aching joints. I returned to the house. Knocking got me nothing. Around back I found a loose window latch. Inside, rooms were shadowed and silent. In the living room, Shadows over Litchfield lay open, page creased. Upstairs I found chaos. Broken lamp, overturned dresser, and the big man from the night before lying dead, a dark bloom on his shirt. No sign of the woman. Near his stiff hand lay an ornate key, small, brass, old. I pocketed it and left as quietly as I'd entered. I needed context. The public library's local history wing smelled of polished oak and dry maps. Newspapers from 1928 confirmed Litchfield's disappearance and the rumored Azure Eye. Deeper digging turned up a faded photo. Harold Litchfield beside a young woman labeled Sarah Jenkins, his granddaughter. Her eyes were unmistakable. Clues in the stolen book mentioned Litchfield's private study, a fireproof sanctum, separate from the main house. Records said the estate burned, yet maybe the sanctum survived. I caught another cab to the charred property on the edge of town. The main manor stood ruined, but a stone outbuilding hid among trees. Vines framed a heavy door. The key fit the lock. Inside, dust lay thick but undisturbed by flames. Bookshelves lined the walls. A sturdy desk waited beneath a narrow window. Sarah stood there, velvet box in hand. When she turned, blue fire flashed from the sapphire cradled inside. "He was going to take it," she whispered. The dead man was her uncle's enforcer, hired by a collector. She'd fought for the jewel her grandfather intended for her. The book from my shop contained a coded map only she could read. Every marked copy led greedy men to dead ends. Mine held the final clue. I stared at the gem's icy glow. "What happens next?" She closed the box. "I vanish. Start over, free of debts and threats." I considered calling Miller. But the law and justice rarely travel the same road. Sarah wanted escape, the collector wanted profit, and a man lay dead by his own violence. I backed toward the door. "No one's searching this sanctum yet," I said. "Use the time." Her eyes softened with relief but stayed guarded. I stepped outside and pulled the door closed. Morning light painted the grounds gold, hiding past horrors under bright leaves. Walking back through the ruined garden, I realized my headache was gone. I'd found a story, one I'd keep locked in my own mind, shelved between conscience and survival. Back at the written word, the lamp still burned over my cooling coffee. I added Shadows over Litchfield to the reorder list, though I doubted another copy would ever matter. Some tales stay tucked between dusk and dawn, and some sapphires shine only for those willing to live with the shadows they cast. I poured fresh coffee and decided to be grateful for quiet customers and slow nights, until the next blue-eyed mystery walked through my door. The cold rain had held back for 3 full days, but the air above Manchester still felt heavy, as if the clouds were a lead blanket no wind could lift. In that uneasy lull the canals darkened, the water turning thick and inky under a sky that brooded without thunder or lightning. People hurried through the streets with collars turned up, uneasy for reasons they could not explain. They sensed something wrong but would never admit it. Only one person in the city understood why the air felt unnatural and the water looked cursed. The keeper of the odd little bookshop called the liminal spot had counted every change in the weather and every shiver down the city's spine. The bookseller sat in a narrow back office, a mug of black tea cooling on a crate that served as a side table. Their age looked like late 40s, though the sharp gray in their hair might have been older than any date written on a human calendar. Stacks of ledger pages outlined every title on the shelves outside, how many times each had sold, which people were supposed to walk through the door and leave with a certain volume in a certain year. The ledgers claimed that exactly 5 specified books must sell in Manchester before the shop could fold itself out of time and drift away to its next destination. 4 books had already found their owners. 1 remained. Unfortunately, another book, not on any list, had vanished from the top shelf at the back. The bookseller set down the ledger and rubbed a tightness in their forehead. They knew the missing title too well. It was one of the black books, the kind that carried a curse and latched onto the darkest ache inside the reader. Those volumes never belonged in the hands of casual seekers. They served a kind of cosmic accounting, offered only to people whose futures were already steeped in trouble. Yet 2 schoolboys had wandered into the store just before closing 3 evenings ago. One of them, a lanky boy with a quick grin and an American accent, had stolen the black book. The other, quiet, watchful, obviously poorer than his friend, had left with empty hands. Now the thief was missing, and the friend had started knocking at the door just as the bookseller tried to puzzle out the mess. The chime above the entrance had not rung. The door was locked, the lights dim, but someone was rapping on the painted wood with growing urgency. The bookseller stepped from the office, crossed aisles of shadowy shelves, and looked through the small glass pane. A blond boy in a second-hand school blazer stood in the drizzle. His face was drawn and sleepless. "We are closed today," the bookseller called. A muffled voice answered. Please! I know Hugo took something from you. Something wrong. I need help. That name confirmed everything. Hugo was the thief. The blond boy must be Justinian Woods, the guardian of the fifth and final book on the list. The bookseller sighed and unbolted the door. The boy entered with a timid thank you, water dripping from his hair. The bookseller guided him to a stool near the counter and conjured a fresh mug of tea. Justinian wrapped chilled fingers around the warmth but did not drink. He confessed that he had brought Hugo into the shop days earlier, thinking the place a harmless curiosity. Hugo had laughed at the old furniture, joked about buying a book of spells, then slipped the thin black volume under his jacket when the bookseller turned away. That night Hugo began reading. The next morning he was gone. Justinian had visited Hugo's grandparents, questioned classmates, and finally returned to the only place that felt connected to the disappearance. The bookseller listened, calm and expressionless. They explained that the stolen book was dangerous indeed, a vessel for nightmares that cling to lonely minds. Hugo would be drawn somewhere hidden and bleak, a place mirroring whatever fear lay buried beneath his swagger. If the curse could be interrupted, if the book were closed and taken from his grip, Hugo might step out of the nightmare unharmed. Meanwhile, Justinian still needed the book destined for him. Only when that purchase occurred could the shop finish its work in Manchester and allow both boys their rightful futures. Justinian accepted this explanation with more composure than most. He admitted fault, he asked for guidance, and he offered whatever aid the bookseller required. His courage impressed the shopkeeper, who fetched from the storeroom a silver chain bearing a small orb of smoky crystal. Within the sphere drifted dark threads of energy that swirled when the bookseller whispered an old word. The orb glowed faintly, eager to seek the nearest active curse. The shop doors shut behind them with a soft thunk. Night pressed in, and fine drizzle slicked the streets. The orb pointed east. The bookseller and Justinian moved side by side past shuttered cafes and cobblestone alleys until the orb brightened at the Ashton Canal. The water looked almost solid under the street lamps, black as printing ink and twice as thick. Far below the surface shadows coiled in forms kids might imagine when daring each other to swim after dark. Justinian shivered but stayed close. He asked what the monsters were. The bookseller said they were echoes, scraps of fear poured out of Hugo's dreaming mind. Physical enough to harm the careless, yet insubstantial compared to the true source of danger hidden elsewhere. The orb guided them toward a stretch where narrowboats moored along the bank, their paint scuffed by years of wet winters. Lights shone in only a few cabin windows. The sphere drifted toward one unlit boat, its boards green with moss. The door hung shut, padlocked from outside. The bookseller handed Justinian the chain and stepped back. They found a loose paving stone, hefted it like a cudgel, and swung until the padlock split. Inside, air thick as tar rolled out. The lantern Justinian carried revealed walls dripping with a darkness that pulsed as though alive. A single narrow corridor led to the sleeping berth. The floorboards pitched and moaned underfoot. Just beyond the bedroom threshold something shifted. A wet ink-black wall seemed to slither aside, letting them pass deeper into Hugo's nightmare. Hugo knelt by the bed, spine bent, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. In his hands he clutched the black book, its pages fanned wide though his eyes stared blankly at unturned words. Around him swarmed smoky tentacles, coiling from the broken spine of the story. Each tendril carried scenes of water-swallowing cities, trains leaping tracks, towers collapsing under unseen claws. Justinian inhaled sharply, recognizing some of Hugo's private terrors. A voice, thin and desperate, whispered from the pages, promising power if he kept reading, promising oblivion if he closed the cover. The bookseller raised a hand, murmured a sharp syllable. The tentacles twisted toward the voice and recoiled, startled. The orb in Justinian's hand flared bright red. He stepped into the berth and knelt opposite Hugo. "Hugo," he said, firm and gentle, "you can stop reading now." "I'm here, mate." Hugo's eyes flickered. His lips formed a question, scarcely audible. Justinian answered before the words were clear. "It's not your fault," he said. "Give me the book. We'll face the rest together." He extended both palms. The orb's light bathed them. Slowly Hugo's fingers uncurled. The book fell into Justinian's grip. The tendrils hissed and shrank. Outside the cabin a tremendous splash sounded. The ink shadows in the canal thrashed once and dissolved. The corridor brightened. Normal gloom replaced unnatural darkness. Hugo swayed, exhausted but awake. Rain began outside, soft at first, then heavy. The bookseller guided both boys through the door as wind swept clear air across the waterway. At the bank, Hugo collapsed into a sitting position, covering his face. Justinian set the black book on a stone and watched as the bookseller slipped it into a velvet sack, sealed the mouth, and whispered a binding charm. The book's raging pulse faded to silence. By dawn, Hugo lay in hospital under watchful parents, too drained to speak more than a few words but safe. Justinian returned to the liminal spot for the second half of their bargain. He entered to find the shop glowing softly, as if pleased. He explored the gilded shelves while the bookseller prepared 2 new mugs of tea. When he found the slim white volume with silver-edged pages, his fingers tingled as though the cover carried static electricity. He placed money on the counter, more than sufficient, and explained that Hugo's family had offered him a modest reward for his help. He would use some to buy the book. The bookseller accepted with a nod and clinked coins into an antique till. Then they watched Justinian open the volume, eyes skimming the first lines. The text offered practical advice for an apprentice to time travelers. Obvious nonsense to anyone who trusted conventional reality. But the letters glowed faintly gold as he read. The shop lights pulsed welcoming warmth that Justinian could feel against his skin. "You understand this book chooses you as much as you choose it," the bookseller said. "It will ask things of you in the years ahead." Justinian closed the cover, pressing it gently as if to calm a living creature inside. "I suppose I've always wanted a bigger world than the one I grew up with," he replied. "If you keep reading, you'll certainly find it." The bookseller sighed, half amused. "It seems I will see you again, then. Perhaps not soon, but time has its own loops." Justinian laughed lightly, the first real laugh to cross his face in days. "I'll try not to steal any cursed volumes in the meantime." The bookseller watched him step back into the rainy morning. The clouds above Manchester had finally broken. Fresh water cascaded down rooftops and filled gutters. The shopkeeper returned to their desk, opened the ledger, and crossed 2 lines in red ink: black book reclaimed, apprentice guide sold. The engines of the shop's magic hummed. Shelves shifted softly. Somewhere beyond any human horizon, a future customer felt the faint tug of destiny. While the shop arranged its slow escape from Manchester, the bookseller paused, wondering what Justinian might become. Apprentice to travelers, rescuer of friends, man who looked at nightmares and kept his eyes open. The ledger could not say. Books held many endings, yet some stories were still unwritten. They closed the ledger, drained the last of the tea, and let the shop carry them away into the hidden folds of time, toward the next city, the next set of names, the next impossible evening behind frosted glass. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Edgar Phillips had always thought of writing as a kind of controlled bleeding. Whenever a memory turned to rot, whenever an idea festered, he took the blade of language to it, and let the poison drain in neat black rivulets across a blank page. Over the years he honed that ritual until it felt almost medical: sterile tools, precise incisions, tidy stitches the moment a draft was done. Pain became manageable once it lived outside his skull. Once it flowed into short stories about haunted ponds or poems about the slow drowning of love. Yet none of those pieces prepared him for the thing that would one day pour out of him like a burst artery, staining more than just the paper beneath his hands. He gave that fevered outpouring a title when it was over, though the word felt more like a warning label than a name. He called it The Gloom. It arrived without plan or outline. One Wednesday night, Edgar brewed a pot of bitter coffee, lit a cigarette, and opened a new document, intending to wrestle with a short horror idea that had been nagging him for days. What happened instead was 3 days of white-hot trance. He ate nothing but lukewarm instant noodles, drank enough cheap instant coffee to make his hands tremble, and seldom realized when it was dark or light outside his dingy apartment in the west end of town. While rain lashed the windows and car alarms wailed in the alley, his fingers hammered keys in a blur. He could feel that blur even in his bones. Thoughts no longer felt like points on a line but like an underground tide rushing up a storm drain. He never paused to reread a paragraph. He barely blinked. A headache sat behind his eyes like a hot coin, yet he felt compelled to let the flow continue, sure that closing the document even for an hour would break some hidden seal and ruin everything. When the haze finally snapped, around dawn on Saturday, though Edgar only knew because pale stripes of light slipped beneath the blinds, he staggered back from the screen, lungs hitching as if he had surfaced from deep water. Letters danced over his vision. His shirt clung to him, sweat soaked and sour, and the half-dozen coffee mugs on his desk looked like an army of cracked teeth. The document waiting on the monitor stretched more than 200 pages. The scroll bar was a rail-thin dash that could have run to the horizon. Edgar rubbed prickling eyes and told himself to breathe. Had he written a novel or a rambling diary entry? He clicked to the top and began to read, and 10 minutes later he lurched from his seat, sprinted to the bathroom, and emptied what little remained in his stomach. The gloom resisted any label he tried to pin on it. In shape it resembled stream of consciousness, but the voice felt fractured, as if several narrators whispered over one another. The scenes, if they deserved that name, flowed like nightmares linked by little more than mood, the distant tolling of bells no one could find, the persistent smell of damp soil in houses where the windows never opened, reflections that fixed their gaze a breath after the viewer moved. The deeper Edgar read, the more he felt the prose doing something strange to his sense of self. The book seemed to reveal memories he had never lived. It pressed on fears he could not name, fears he felt only in the moment between waking and sleep, when the ticking radiator might be a heartbeat in the walls. He slammed the laptop shut. He paced the room, shaking, whispering that it was just words, just his own imagination. Yet a crawling certainty clung to him. The manuscript was not meant to be read, not even by its author. That certainty might have held, if Edgar's career had not been crumbling. He was 34, childless, nearly friendless, and rent was 2 months overdue. Stacks of rejection slips fanned across the pinboard above his desk, small press magazines politely declining his stories, agents praising his flair, while assuring him the market did not favor his chosen style. One editor who scrawled in red pen that Edgar's work left her feeling genuinely unsafe. Those slips became wallpaper he could not afford to peel down. On the night he did the unthinkable, he sat on his torn sofa, a whiskey bottle at his feet, the glimmer of a city far outside the grime streaks on his windows. A storm rumbled overhead. The apartment flickered with the sickly fluorescence of a dying bulb. Edgar reopened his laptop, scrolled through the gloom, and felt a perverse itch rise under his skin. What if, he thought, the only way to salvage anything from this husk of a writing life was to toss the thing into the public wilds and let strangers decide its worth? If it was poison, let their reactions prove it. If it was genius, let them crown it. Either way, he would no longer be solely responsible. With the numb calm of a man signing a confession, he uploaded the manuscript to a self-publishing platform. He selected a cover image, a charcoal rectangle so black it drank light, with the title and his name in thin gray type. The description he typed felt like an apology disguised as marketing. Some truths are better left buried. He added no tags, no categories. He set the price at the bare minimum and pressed publish. Then, with jaw clenched and breath choppy, he closed the browser. For good measure he threw an old wool scarf over the laptop, as if hiding its face. Days passed in silence. Edgar found work delivering flyers for a convenience store, money that barely filled the cupboard. He refused to log into the publishing dashboard. The manuscript became a ghost he pretended to forget, though sometimes when the kettle hissed he swore he could hear faint tapping from the scarf-draped computer. After 2 weeks his curiosity cracked. One night, sweaty from a nightmare where mirrors spoke in reverse, he pulled the scarf aside and woke the laptop. The dashboard glowed. The book had exactly one read. A shock of guilt, and dizziness hit him so hard he pressed both palms to the desk to stay upright. One unknown reader. One mind now coated with whatever poison he had coughed onto those pages. He told himself it was fine. Maybe it was an algorithm crawler, not a human. The next night the reads rose to 5. 2 days later, 12. A week later, in a jump that made no sense, the number hit 73. Edgar's head buzzed each time he checked, a buzz that felt part dread, part thrill, as if he were watching a house fire he started from 3 streets away. Then came the comments. The first was no more than a line of text. It felt like it was written for me. Like it knew. Who are you? Edgar reread it until his vision blurred. He replied with a shaky thanks, then deleted the reply, then closed the browser entirely. The second review landed a day later. I can't unread this. The shadows, they're different now. The third. The smell. The smell of damp earth. It's in my room. How? Reviews piled up like leaves in a gutter, each one stranger, more desperate. Some were barely sentences, just strings of words and punctuation. Windows wrong again, loud silence, stop it stop. Others looked like diary pages, paragraphs of confession about dreams where corridors twisted into knots and clocks ran backwards. Many mentioned a smell, always damp soil or grave dirt. Some referenced half-remembered childhood fears that resurfaced bright as blood. A handful said they had shared the book with friends. To prove it's real. Edgar's stomach clenched whenever he read those lines. Viral, he thought, like a digital plague. Within 30 days the platform tallied over 50,000 downloads. Edgar had no publicist, no marketing. He did not understand how the file traveled that far, except perhaps that people warned friends about plague more urgently than they recommend a novel. He felt both horrified and gratified. Horrified at what the words might be doing to strangers, gratified that at last his writing was not invisible. But he was also unraveling. Mosquito songs in the radiator became whispers repeating book lines. The apartment smelled of fresh spaded earth even when the windows were wide. He dreamed of corridors filled with mist and woke with muddy footprints on the sheets. Every news broadcast he managed to watch bristled with talk of social unrest, spikes in night terror-related ER visits, sudden upticks and violent outbursts that analysts could not link to the economy or politics. Whenever anchors used phrases like collective anxiety, Edgar would flinch, convinced they were describing a storm that began in his hard drive. By early spring the rain outside no longer felt intermittent. It felt permanent. Gray sheets drummed roofs day after day until Edgar could not recall the last time sunlight touched his face. Brownouts hit the block nightly. Streetlights flickered and stairwells smelled of mildew. In those half-dark hours Edgar saw shapes where darkness pooled, hulking outlines crouched near dumpsters, faces pressed against rain-blurred panes 2 stories above the street. He told himself they were tricks of headlights, of fatigue. Yet the dread grew thick enough that he started dragging furniture against the apartment door after dark. The platform refused to unpublish the gloom. Edgar clicked the option every morning and every evening, and each time the screen blinked, cleared, and showed the book still live, now with counters climbing by hundreds an hour. Automated emails from the site's support team dripped into his inbox. Form letters about technical errors being investigated, apologies for glitches, thank you notes for choosing their service. Edgar tried contacting a support rep by phone. The hold music played for 40 minutes, then dissolved into static that sounded uncannily like whispering from the book. He hung up, shaking. When the anonymous email arrived, he was already near a breaking point. The subject line read, "You shouldn't have." Inside lay a single sentence he recognized instantly, the final line of his manuscript. "Now that it has been seen, it can begin." His throat closed. Fingers numb, he powered down the phone and hurled it against the couch. But electronics do not bleed fear. The words lingered in his mind, repeating until his pulse pounded like drums. News headlines morphed from vague unease to blatant panic. Articles spoke of global unrest, of new disorders of collective perception. Cities reported waves of emergency callers insisting their homes smelled like wet soil, that mirrors shimmered, that people they loved looked subtly wrong. Psychiatrists were quoted saying mass delusion. Religious leaders warned demonic influence. Conspiracy forums buzzed about the rain phase. Edgar knew the pattern. He had written its shape into a chapter where a nameless town rotted from inside after months of relentless drizzle. Fiction, he once thought, but it was blooming in reality like mold. Anger flared through his fear. He screamed, a ragged sound scraped raw from his gut. He grabbed the laptop, his only surviving tool after he pawned his desktop tower for cash, raised it overhead, and slammed it against the wall. The casing cracked, keys flew like broken teeth. The screen fractured yet still glowed, and in its fractured reflections Edgar glimpsed his own dilated eyes and a faint, slow-pulsing black rectangle, the e-book cover refusing to die. He kicked the shards under the radiator. He told himself if no device could host the file, the curse might stall. But copies lived on countless servers now, mirrored and reposted by strangers he would never locate. Night after night his apartment turned colder. The heater sputtered but gave no warmth. Damp crept up the wallpaper in gray veins. Edgar slept in fitful snatches, blankets wrapped tight, yet woke with chills and a taste of mud in his mouth. He taped towels beneath the front door gap because he swore he smelled the earth outside, like the hallway was filling with fog from an open grave. He scrawled sigils from old occult books across the walls, but the lines bled as if the plaster wept rainwater. Whenever he glanced at the scribbles in a half-lit hallway, he thought they rearranged themselves into phrases from the novel, The Silence Listens. The face in glass is a lie. Not yet full, never full. He rubbed his eyes raw, sure he hallucinated, but the words soothed him even as they frightened him, like lullabies sung by a devouring mother. On an evening when thunder boomed overhead but lightning never flashed, Edgar's email pinged again. A trending entertainment site announced that acclaimed director Mason Lowell had optioned The Gloom for a film adaptation. Edgar clicked the interview clip, heart skidding. Lowell sat before journalists, grinning beneath studio lights, praising the book's unprecedented emotional scope. He spoke of translating every unsettling detail to the screen so viewers who don't read could enter this groundbreaking experience. Edgar waited for rage or terror to spike, but only numb inevitability washed through him. Of course a film would come. The entity desired amplification. A book reached thousands, a film could claim millions. This was not disaster creeping, it was destiny expanding. In the hours after that interview he stopped resisting. He accepted that he was a vessel, useful until emptied. He scavenged pens from dusty drawers, knelt on warped floorboards, and wrote lines the way a sleepwalker moves. The words formed on the boards themselves, ink-soaking grain, sentences connecting without punctuation. The night cracks open and the rain slips inside every roof, every skull, every dream until bone tastes like soil and hearts tick in reverse. He wrote until his hand cramped, until symbols curved into alien angles. He wrote until dawn grayed the window and the floor was a black quilt of text. As the first morning commuter shouted in the alley, something about seeing faces in puddles, Edgar felt his body lighten, nerves buzzing like wires. It was as if a weight he carried all his life shrugged free. He stood, muscles trembling, and crossed to the window. Beyond smeared glass the city bowed under endless rain. People below hurried with hoods up, heads low. A bus splashed through water that looked almost black. Somewhere a siren rose and died. Edgar pressed his forehead to the window. His reflection stared back, but the face stretched thin, eyes hollow, mouth parted too wide. He did not jump in fright. He nodded, recognizing a twin born of the same darkness. A curiosity stirred, one last human flicker. He retrieved his smartphone from under a pile of notebooks. The device was cracked but functional. He typed the gloom into the search bar. Hits erupted by the thousands, reaction videos, theory threads, crisis hotlines citing the title by name, think pieces on literary contagion. The first result was Lowell's interview. Edgar tapped play. The director's confident tone washed over him, talk of invigorating challenge, of winding plots, of a film that would ensure the whole world understands. Lowell beamed like a man unveiling a miracle cure. Edgar felt no pride, no fear. Only inevitability. The world wanted stories. Stories wanted hosts. This cycle was as natural as weather. He set the phone down, picked up a cracked shard of laptop screen that reflected the floor's growing script, and drew the glass lightly across his palm. Blood welled. It dripped onto the words at his feet. The board seemed to drink it. Letters darkened, brightened, rearranged. A low hum filled the air, like thousands whispering behind thin plaster. Edgar laughed softly. The sound surprised him, bare, almost sweet. He lay on the floor, cheek against the stained wood, listening to sentences write themselves beneath his ear. Outside, thunder muttered. The rain did not stop. Across oceans, in apartments and offices, on crowded buses and silent dorm rooms, readers scrolled through the gloom on glowing screens. Some finished every page in a horrified trance. Others quit halfway but could not shake the smell of damp walls. A handful decided to record reaction videos, streaming themselves at 3 a.m., eyes wide, stammering that they felt watched. They told viewers not to read it, then linked the book anyway, because warnings travel in the same breath as temptation. When networks reported spikes in emergency calls about hallucinations, experts spoke of social media hysteria. Yet those experts woke nights later to find their own bathrooms stinking of wet earth. Mason Lowell's production schedule moved forward. Concept artists filled boards with sketches of twisting corridors, dripping ceilings, mirror-faced figures. Actors auditioned with monologues lifted verbatim from Edgar's text, tears streaking foundation as they spoke of forgetting the shape of their own hands. Investors balked at the film's relentlessness, but market analysts pointed to the viral explosion of the book and predicted blockbuster numbers. So budgets grew, sets were built, and an entire soundstage soon pulsed with an atmosphere the crew began calling the rotting calm. Some grip workers quit mid-shift, claiming voices echoed through unplugged speakers. The rumor only boosted publicity. Months later, when principal photography began, a heavy rainstorm settled over the studio lot and stayed. When asked about the coincidence, Lowell smiled and said the production design team was harnessing the weather to create authenticity. Crew members who grew sickly under the unceasing drizzle left early each night, but the water seeped into their homes anyway, pooling in crawl spaces, smelling of distant cemeteries. One editor claimed every take held faint audio static that sounded like thousands mumbling in chorus. Another insisted the static only appeared once you noticed it. In Manchester, Edgar's apartment door eventually swung open on rusted hinges. Landlord, police, and worried relatives stepped inside and recoiled at the stench. The rooms lay flooded ankle-deep in black water. Mold webs clung to every wall in swirling patterns that unreadable scholars would later label as proto-language. Of Edgar there was no sign, no body, no note. Only floorboards stained with ink that refused to dry and a final message etched across the living room ceiling, words bigger than any brush. Stories need eyes to hatch. Open. 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 By the time investigators waded out, one noticed his boot prints left no ripple. The water was not water at all but a thin layer of darkness, shadow made liquid. It clung to Saul's like tar, and hours later the same officer phoned in sick, claiming his dreams smelled of rain-soaked soil, and that his bathroom mirror mouthed words he could not repeat. Somewhere down the block a neighbor brewed coffee, browsed headlines, and clicked a viral link to a book review that promised the scariest read of the century. The neighbor settled in, rain tapping the panes, and began to read. In the gloom of the living room, unseen except by the bright rectangle of text, something old and patient leaned closer to share the story it had always meant to tell. The cycle turned again, as natural as the setting of the sun or the endless fall of rain. I stayed very still on the sofa and listened to the afternoon tick toward evening. Most days I wrote scripts or checked analytics at this hour, but today I only watched the light fall across my living room rug. The sun was low and warm, sliding through the window in wide stripes, turning dust into tiny sparks. People call that moment golden hour, the brief space when plain walls look painted and anyone seems healthier by default. I just felt tired. The past month had been nothing but planning, secrecy, and half-sleep, and now everything was about to go public. I tried one deep breath, then another, as though steady air might make the next step simpler. Exactly on schedule, my phone buzzed. 6 o'clock sharp. A YouTube notification glowed on the screen. Dead Serious uploaded, Felix's funeral, hosted by Jazz Cortez. The push alert icon showed my own channel name, even though I was supposed to be dead. I stared at the words until they blurred, then wiped a hand across my face and decided I had to watch like everyone else. Not because I wanted to relive the stunt, but because I needed to see whether our production landed the way we hoped. If something looked off now, there was still time before tomorrow's shoot to patch the story. I opened my laptop and clicked the thumbnail. The volume defaulted to maximum, nearly launching me off the sofa as an advertisement bellowed through the speakers. Introducing Dono, the productivity app that turns tasks into quests and deadlines into dragons. I smacked the skip button. Another advertisement followed. A pitchman shouted about building websites while brushing teeth or microwaving soup. I let that one run 6 seconds, then skipped again. My own videos had carried ads too. I understood the revenue trickle and the frustration. Half of internet life was people shouting at you to buy a thing because your attention meant money. I kept meaning to install a blocker, but part of me watched every ad for research, wondering how other producers captured viewers in 5 frantic seconds. The funeral video began with a montage of headlines, clips from news sites, reaction tweets, influencer gossip channels. Each flashed for a second, bold text claiming that Felix Sharp, better known as Dead Serious, had died. I knew we had seeded those stories through anonymous tips. Seeing them collected on screen still knotted my stomach. I wanted to believe a stranger reading them might pause and feel a pinch of loss, the way I felt when a childhood favorite channel went silent. Then again, maybe the average subscriber only blinked and moved on. The internet resets very fast. The montage faded to black. Next came a long tracking shot inside a small wood-paneled venue we had borrowed for a single afternoon. A string quartet played slow minor chords. The camera glided between tall wreaths of white lilies and roses, past candles, until a mahogany coffin filled the frame. Polished, heavy, expensive, better than any bed I had ever owned. The strings hit a brassy dissonant chord, the kind that snaps attention awake. Cut to a mid-shot of Jazz Cortez. She wore a black t-shirt under a leather jacket and left her long dark hair loose so it framed her face. If you knew her channel, The Jazz Experiment, you expected a daredevil grin and wild eyes. Here she appeared solemn, but I could tell from the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth that she enjoyed the absurdity. She introduced herself in one smooth sentence. An editing flash showed her greatest hits, a giant slingshot launch, a Rubik's Cube solved during a skydive, an ice bath scene where she screamed, "Why am I doing this?" Then the cut jumped back to the coffin room. Jazz said she was hosting my funeral and admitted she had looked up what a eulogy even meant. Typical self-mockery. I laughed once through my nose. I always liked that she undercut herself before anyone else could try. She opened the coffin lid, and the camera tilted to reveal it was empty. A real body would have pushed us from dark comedy into horror. Instead we placed souvenirs, the gold play button plaque from the 1,000,000 subscriber milestone, a wrinkled cardboard sign that read, "Who does that?" in thick marker, a battered handheld camera we used for sketches back when we had no money for DSLRs. The shot made me ache. 14 years compressed into a table of junk. I felt proud and hollow. Proud because we had shaped our lives into something people watched. Hollow because every prop reminded me of friends drifting away, endless nights editing until dawn, brand deals that forced jokes I never wanted to tell. Sincerity felt fragile next to sponsorships. A retrospective montage rolled. Early footage of me wearing cheap wigs, playing multiple characters alone in my student apartment, all yellow light and echo. Then the first viral hit, a fake dating show satire that skewered macho behavior. Half the internet called it clever, half called it misandry, and the comments fed the algorithm both ways. That video changed everything. Suddenly I had email offers and hate mail in equal measure. Dina, my eventual manager and now business partner, loved to remind me that controversy sells. She was right, even if my nerves never adjusted. The montage shifted to later years. We rented studios, hired camera operators, lit sets with neon tubes. The jokes tightened, the pacing quickened because retention data demanded pace. Sponsors bought mid-roll segments. Coffee brands, phone cases, energy drinks. The channel looked slick. I sometimes thought slick was a synonym for empty. But the bills were always paid on time. Back in the funeral room, Jazz leaned into camera, her tone soft. She thanked everyone who ever clicked a dead serious video. She said creativity burns bright but brief, that sometimes the creator gives so much of themselves the channel becomes a kind of long goodbye. I almost believed she improvised the line, but I remembered writing it with her in a shared doc at midnight. Still, her delivery felt real. Maybe we both wished the goodbye were honest. The video cut to an ad. I hit skip. My walls vibrated with the bass of the next funeral segment, guest tributes from other creators. We booked 4 big names. First on screen, Ellie Moon, known for cozy tea reviews and gentle feminist essays. She wore black lace and a single silver moon pin. She said I never exploited relationship rumors for clicks. She said that in this industry, respect sometimes shows by what you refuse to monetize. My chest tightened. I had joked with her once that we should fake an online romance to double our follow counts. She refused. Rumors still happened anyway. I hoped she had forgiven me for that stray idea. Tyler Blitz appeared next. BL, TZ specialized in loud gaming streams and energy drink chugs. In the funeral video he looked subdued, wearing a plain dark hoodie. He told a story about the time I convinced him to delete a rage tweet instead of doubling down. He ended with, "Rest in pixels, brother," an old line we used after dying in co-op games. I smiled and felt guilty for dragging him into this ruse without warning. Tyler had a big heart hidden under noise. He would take the fake death harder than fans. While Tyler spoke, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. A message from Dina. "Watch it yet?" I replied, thumbs quick. "Just past half." She sent a thumbs up emoji. On screen, Brandon Max barged into the lineup. He greeted his, Max heads, and hollered that attending a YouTuber funeral was the closest we've ever been to death. He plugged a cryptocurrency called TurboCoin and dropped an affiliate code. I clenched my jaw. Brandon would shill fire in a burning house. But his videos pulled millions, and Dina insisted his face in our thumbnail might bump views by 20%. I looked away until he finished. Jazz returned to the coffin but paused for a scheduled sponsor segment. She held a neon green can of KR8 Energy and recited the copy. Voltage melon flavor, 20% off with code STAYLIVE. The irony was deliberate. My funeral became an ad for not sleeping. I thought about the last time I gulped KR8 at 3 a.m. to finish an edit. My hands shook so badly I had to mask jump cuts with extra zoom. People in comments noticed anyway. Jazz teased a massive surprise coming soon, and winked. That would be tomorrow's comeback video. I pictured the shot list, me climbing from a coffin in a different set, neon lights pulsing, fog machine, confetti cannons. Over the top, but necessary, according to Dina. The internet rarely remembers subtle announcements. A record scratch transitioned to a dimly lit stage. Jazz introduced Daxton Ray, reality show finalist turned pop covers singer. He and a string quartet performed a somber version of Mad World. The lyrics about children waiting for the day when they feel good matched the mood I aimed for. The camera drifted over the musicians. Candles flickered. In the corner of the frame I glimpsed the sponsor banners we hid behind funeral wreaths, small, tasteful, but visible. Money had to seed future projects. When Daxton sang the final Mad World, silence followed, then polite applause from the crew. Jazz reappeared, thanked him, plugged his upcoming album of acoustic 80s covers. She turned back to the coffin and wrapped the event. She told viewers to comment their favorite Felix moment, to guess tomorrow's surprise, and to subscribe. The video cut mid-sentence, avoiding the dreaded retention drop. An ad for a VPN began yelling about Quantum Panda protocols. I muted the laptop, leaned back, and exhaled. Watching the funeral felt like holding a mirror to my ego and ignorance. At least the views climbed fast. 200,000 in the first hour. Sponsors would be happy. I closed the screen and stood. My legs tingled from sitting. In the kitchen I grabbed a can of Voltage Melon KR8 from a case on the counter. The sweet chemical whiff reminded me of late nights, of first drafts I never finished. I cracked the tab and listened to fizz. I would need stronger comfort tonight, maybe whiskey later, but for now sugar and caffeine could dull the ache. The sip lingered sour on my tongue. I heard the phone ring. Dina's face appeared. I answered. So? I think Jazz pulled it off, she said, voice brisk. She did great, I said. As expected. And Max? She asked, playful. Why was he there? He offered himself. Said he wanted to pay respects. I decided exposure is exposure. You hate him, but numbers matter, Felix. He filmed his bit in one take, no fee. We win. We'll see, I muttered. I pictured Brandon turning my funeral into a vlog thumbnail. I attended a dead YouTuber's ceremony. Crazy! But arguing was pointless. Get some rest, Dina said. Tomorrow is the resurrection shoot. Call time 9 a.m. Bring the suit, not the jacket. She hung up. I placed the phone face down and wandered back to the window. The sky shifted from molten orange to bruised purple. Clouds layered like wet paint. Soon cars would switch on headlights. In the glass I caught my reflection, a man with unwashed hair, circles under eyes, holding a neon drink labeled Stay Alive. I chuckled softly. Who does that? The tagline haunted me. Year after year I mocked trends, but I kept chasing them. I turned off lights, left only the last glow of sunset, and imagined tomorrow's reveal. Lights snap on, coffin lid creaks. I sit up alive. I plan to speak about rebirth, about leaving behind the grind of algorithms, about launching Sirius Studios, my production company, for corporate clients and bigger stories. Sponsors already lined up, gadget brands, beverage companies, a streaming platform sniffing for docuseries. Instead of chasing every click, I would negotiate direct deals, pay my crew proper day rates, fund narrative shorts without begging Patreon. It sounded cleaner. I wanted to believe it could be art under clearer terms. But to reach that point I had to die. A quiet goodbye would vanish under trending tabs. The funeral would anchor the narrative. Tomorrow's resurrection would spike buzz. Media outlets would run features on the YouTuber who faked his death to pivot. Agencies would call. The cycle would spin my way, if the audience accepted the trick as bold, not cruel. I sipped again. A question hovered. What if viewers felt betrayed? Some would unsubscribe. Some would rage. But controversy converts. Dina's spreadsheets prove spikes follow outrage. My chest tightened anyway. Death is not a skit to everyone. People lose parents, siblings, friends. They process grief offline, away from clickbait. Would they see my stunt as mocking real pain? I pushed the doubt aside. Too late to retreat. The room dimmed. Street lights glimmered below. I set the KR8 can on a coaster and walked to my desk. The shattered remains of earlier notes littered the surface. Scraps from brainstorming, sponsor contracts, lighting diagrams. Among them lay an old Polaroid from my first year on YouTube, 18-year-old me wearing a crooked wig, holding a paper sign reading epic fail. I kept the photo taped to my monitor as a reminder of humble beginnings. I peeled it off now and studied the grin I once had, unfiltered joy at simple views. 13 years later that grin felt foreign. Tomorrow's video would feature brand banners too. Sponsors insisted even a resurrection must drive conversions. Dina bargained down the count, only 3 mentions, each under 5 seconds. I still felt like an infomercial zombie climbing from a grave to sell energy drinks. My laptop chimed, YouTube Studio tab pushing news stats. I flipped the lid. The funeral video passed 500,000 views. Comments climbed by the dozens every second. crying emojis. Rest in peace, legend. Conspiracy guesses. Jazz, you killed it. This better be an ARG, respect, unsubbing it fake. Brandon's clip already trending. Memes sprouted. Screenshots of me replaced with ghost icons. Lines from old sketches quoted as epitaphs. Hashtags. Hashtag farewell Felix. Hashtag who does that lives on. Emotion mixed with marketing just like I predicted. I checked Tyler's channel. He uploaded a short titled, Saying Goodbye to a Friend. He looked shaken. A soft classical track played under a photo slideshow. Me and him at gaming conventions, inside jokes. Fans spammed hearts. My throat closed. Tyler had asked to be told the truth beforehand. Dina advised against it. He's an honest reactor, she said. Let genuine tears sell the bit. I typed a private message. Sorry. I didn't send it. The reveal would come tomorrow, and he'd forgive me or not. Ellie posted a gentle video about coping with loss in creator communities, linking grief resources. She always used her platform for empathy. She would hate my deception. I closed the browser. The room felt stuffy. I paced the hallway. Old carpet muffled my steps. In the bathroom I splashed water on my face. The mirror fogged slightly. For a second I imagined a stranger's face staring back, gaunt, waxy, like a corpse refused burial. Maybe exhaustion, maybe fear. I left the water running until steam cleared the fantasy. Back in the living room I opened the balcony door. Night air carried city noise, distant sirens, a skateboard roll, laughter under street lamps. I leaned on the rail and looked down at traffic flowing like a bright river. Billboards flickered between soft drink ads and phone plans. Each impression worth pennies. Somewhere in those lights tomorrow's headlines would scroll. Dead Serious rises from grave to launch studio future. Editors loved a resurrection. I wondered what that future looked like day to day. Meetings with brand officers in glass towers? Storyboards shaped by marketing briefs. I told myself creative control could survive if the budget was healthy. In short films I could hide satire, slip truths older than clickbait. I pictured filming a documentary about small-town rumor or remote forests at night. My team safe under union rates, my back unburdened by algorithm roulette. But to step onto that path, I had staged a coffin. I returned inside, shut the door, locked it. I unmuted the laptop to play the funeral again in the background, listening for pacing flaws. As it looped, I scrolled comments. A new one pinned by Dina. Stay tuned for something special tomorrow. Likes climbed fast. Rumor churned. 11 p.m. I forced myself to draft tomorrow's speech. Keep it short. Joke early, pivot sincere, end with excitement. I typed bullet points. Clarify I'm alive, explain burnout, thank fans, announce serious studios, outline mission, stories that matter. Avoid corporate jargon but still mention partnerships. Promise more transparency. End on tagline. Who does that? We do, but now we do it bigger. I read it twice, deleted half, kept the bones. Midnight. I lay on the sofa, phone face down, funeral video still paused. Streetlights cast stripes across ceiling. My heart tapped anxious Morse code. I thought about the audience who would feel fooled. I almost hoped the video underperformed to limit fallout. Yet sponsors expected explosion. Numbers feed payroll. Somewhere between worry and drowsy I remembered the first fan letter I received, handwritten on lined notebook paper. A girl from Ohio said my sketch about awkward high school dances made her laugh after a bad day. She said the line, "Just dance like you stole those shoes," kept her from crying at prom. That memory made my chest warm then ache. Had I strayed too far from that intention? Or was spectacle just a news shoot to dance in? At 2 a.m. I drifted into shallow sleep. Dreams flash, coffin lids opening, cameras flashing, confetti turning to ash midair. I woke at 3:30, heart racing. I chugged water, paced again, considered calling Jazz but didn't. She'd be asleep and she'd scold me for second guessing. Dawn seeped gray over the skyline. I showered, shaved patchy stubble, chose the black suit Dina specified. I packed a garment bag and props into a rolling case, fog pellets, handheld mic, a small board reading Sirius Studios in bold white. The case felt heavier than it looked. In the rideshare to the studio I scrolled news. A tech journalist speculated about deepfake death hoaxes. An ethics professor called influencer stunts late capitalist performance grief. Fans tweeted feverishly. Some detective types tried to cross-reference my last Instagram post for clues. One thread accused Jazz of murder because her jacket matched a crime show screenshot. I almost laughed. We arrived at 8:40. The warehouse we rented stood behind an abandoned mall, easier to control for leaks. Dina greeted me with a clipboard and coffee. She squeezed my shoulder, said, "You good?" I nodded. Crew hurried across the floor constructing the resurrection set, velvet drapes, smoke machines primed, coffin duplicate. Lights warmed the space with artificial golden hour. Jazz rehearsed lines near a teleprompter. Tyler paced near craft services, headphones in. He didn't notice me yet. I'd surprise him on camera, that was the plan. Dina led me to makeup. While the artist brushed concealer beneath my eyes, I remembered reading once that ancient Egyptians applied kohl to ward off evil. Wore paint for modern illusions. I closed my eyes and thought of river deltas. 9:55. Cameras rolled. The set quieted. Jazz started the intro. Yesterday we said goodbye to Felix Sharp. Today I'm opening this coffin to prove something unbelievable. She winked. Crew aimed at the lid. Cue fog, cue dimmer lights. My heart thumped loud enough I feared the lav mic would pick it up. On action, the lid creaked open. I sat upright in a practiced slow rise. Spotlights flared. Jazz gasped theatrically. The chat feed projected for crew erupted in all caps messages. What, HES alive? Holy dash, I knew it. I swung legs over the coffin edge, stepped onto the stage, and let the roar of imaginary audience fill my head. I held the mic and delivered my speech. I said burnout nearly buried me, that I needed rebirth, that creativity must evolve. I thanked every viewer for time they never owed me. I apologized for fear but said sometimes art shocks. I introduced Sirius Studios, a promise of stories filmed with purpose, beyond clickbait, beyond mid-roll screaming. Sponsors flashed logos on a screen behind me. 3, as agreed. I invited fans to join the next chapter, to trust that we would honor their years of loyalty with higher craft. Applause signaled the end. Crew clapped, Jazz hugged me, confetti cannons popped. Tyler rushed on stage, confusion melting into relief, then anger, then laughter. "You idiot!" he breathed, gripping my shoulders. "I thought you were gone." I whispered in apology. He shoved me lightly, still grinning. Ellie emerged from backstage, tears in her eyes, hit my arm, called me a drama queen, hugged me too. Cameras captured every emotion. Cut. Dina exhaled. She waved the playback crew. The shot looked dramatic on monitors. Metrics would soar. I removed the mic, stepped away from lights. The weight in my chest eased, but exhaustion replaced it quickly. I walked to a quiet corner, sipped water, and watched crew disassemble the coffin lid. It was foam carved to look like oak. I imagined an alternate timeline where real oak held my real body. I shivered. An hour later I sat in Dina's temporary office reviewing contract drafts with brand partners. My phone buzzed nonstop, messages from relatives who just learned I was alive, threats from trolls who felt tricked, praise from marketing blogs. Jazz texted a selfie of us on stage captioned, "Who does that indeed?" I smiled. Evening fell before we finished interviews with tech news outlets. Outside the warehouse, rain pattered softly. The funeral upload surpassed 7 million views. The resurrection teaser we posted at noon soared toward trending slot number 1. Sponsors doubled their bonus. Sirius Studios opened to inquiries from beverage brands, sneaker companies, even a streaming service offering doc funds. Dina poured glasses of cheap Victory champagne. Crew shouted toasts. I leaned against a flight case and let the noise wash over me. In a moment of lull, Jazz stood beside me. "You okay?" she asked. I shrugged. "Alive," she chuckled. "If this is Act 2, make it worth faking Act 1. She bumped her shoulder into mine and wandered off. A final ride home after midnight carried me through wet streets. City lights blurred like watercolors. Inside my quiet apartment, I set the coffin flowers Dina gifted on the kitchen counter. Lilies smelled sweet, slightly funereal. I opened the fridge, saw the KR8 cans, closed it again, poured simple tap water instead. I walked to the window where sunset had glowed the night before. Now only street lamp halos shimmered in puddles. My reflection met my eyes in the glass, exhausted but breathing, makeup smudged. I whispered to the glass. "Who does that?" "I guess I do." There was no laugh track, only the hum of fridge coils and distant tire hiss. Somewhere across town, fans rewatched the reveal, theories multiplying. My new path felt both broad and narrow. Broader because budgets came, doors opened. Narrow because expectations tightened, stakes rose. But tomorrow I would step into a studio office and begin pre-production on a scripted short about grief and humor. Maybe I could deliver heart alongside sponsorship. Maybe. I changed into sweatpants, collapsed on the sofa, opened social feeds one last time. The top meme of the night, a gif of my coffin opening with text overlay. "When the algorithm favors long-form content." I chuckled, retweeted with a skull emoji and a green heart. Then I powered down the phone, laid it face down. The funeral, the resurrection, the noise, all would keep spiraling whether I scrolled or not. I closed my eyes and pictured that first wig sketch again. 18-year-old me would never have guessed this route. Yet maybe he'd secretly approve. After all, he titled those early videos Experiments. Yesterday and today had been the biggest experiments of all. And the results? Still loading. Sleep crept in slow waves. Before it claimed me, I formed one last clear thought. Tomorrow I would send Tyler a private apology. And Ellie. And maybe some fans who wrote heartfelt goodbye messages. I owed them more than spectacle. I owed them honesty, at least in the small spaces where sponsors couldn't hear. Then my mind drifted into dark calm, no violins, no banners, just quiet. The golden hour would come again, and when it did I hoped I could stand in that warm light and feel, finally, more alive than dead serious. Eva Perkovic left the bus station just after noon, dragging a scarred suitcase behind her. The August sun above Dubrovnik felt like a heavy hand pressing on her shoulders, squeezing sweat from every pore. She followed the wide marble street called Straton until the crowds thinned, then turned into a narrow passageway that smelled of hot limestone and sea salt. The wheels of her suitcase rattled over uneven stones. Her sandals slapped in a tired rhythm. With each step she whispered a promise that this city would give her a new start, or at least a pause from the failures behind her. At number 16 she stopped in front of a modest building with faded blue shutters and a brass latch that stuck when she pressed it. The door finally creaked open, and the temperature inside dropped 5 degrees. Dust floated in the gray light, turning like tiny fish in water. She was breathing hard, but she let herself stand still to listen. No traffic. No voices. Only the faint cry of gulls beyond rooftops. 7 years earlier Eva had won 2 prizes for her first novel and believed, like many young writers, that momentum would carry her forever. Instead, momentum had slowed to a crawl, then to silence. Her next manuscript collapsed halfway through, the one after that never reached page 50. Friends drifted away. Publishers stopped answering emails. Her boyfriend, kind, patient Marco, finally asked for space and never came back. She rented cheaper apartments each year until the bank claimed even those walls. Then an email from a lawyer told her she owned her grandfather's place in Dubrovnik, a single sentence of hope pulled from spam. She crossed the threshold, set her suitcase beside a wall of books, and smelled cedar, paper, and old ink. On the far side of the room a thick desk waited in sunlight. Above it a small window framed a ribbon of dazzling blue sea between 2 steep roofs. Eva's pulse slowed. Here, perhaps, she could breathe. An object rested on the desk, a leather-bound notebook, dark brown, edges gilded, closed by a simple black ribbon. A fountain pen lay across it at a precise angle, as though someone had just stepped away. She traced a finger over the cover. The leather felt warmer than the air. When she opened the notebook, she saw no brand logo, no lines, only an ivory first page and a sentence written in graceful Croatian script. To rewrite the world, write it first in truth. But beware, the truth will write you back. She almost laughed. The line was dramatic in the way young poets scrawl warnings on cafe napkins, but the penmanship looked older than her grandfather's. She shrugged, uncapped the fountain pen, and tested it. Ink flowed smoothly, neither too thin nor too thick. The weight in her hand brought back sensations she had lost, late-night sentences forming beneath a lamp, the small joy of a perfect comma, the hush after typing the END. She wrote one plain sentence as an exercise. A cool breeze blew from the Adriatic, sweeping heat from the apartment, and brushing the back of Eva's neck. Before she finished the period, a gust lifted the curtains. The air chilled. Goosebumps rose along her arms. Eva stared at the window. The breeze ended as quickly as it began. Outside, the leaves of a potted palm barely moved. She pressed her palm on the notebook to test for warmth, for vibration. Nothing. A coincidence, she told herself. Dubrovnik's old town was full of drafts. That night she slept poorly on a fold-out sofa, thoughts looping around the notebook. Around dawn she decided to try again. She wrote that the neighbor's orange tabby, she had glimpsed the cat slinking along the stairwell, would visit her balcony at sunrise. At 7:30, when she opened the shutters, the same cat perched on the stone rail, tail flicking, yellow eyes fixed on her. It meowed once and disappeared. The test continued. A stray tourist would spill his coffee. A church bell would ring at an unscheduled time. A waiter she disliked would trip over his own feet without injury. Each event arrived soon after the sentence formed on the page. The notebook was not subtle. It obeyed with the crispness of stage directions. Yet Eva discovered limits. She could not conjure pure fantasy. She wrote, Eva finds a suitcase full of euros. Nothing. She wrote, Eva wakes to find her overdue bills forgiven. Nothing. The notebook would bend reality only in ways that stayed plausible, small nudges, brief coincidences, changes a skeptic might explain as chance. She also noticed she had to write with precision and confidence. Hesitation blurred the effect like static. Each successful sentence felt balanced, rhythmic, as if language itself became the lever. The power thrilled her but also pricked something deep, a reminder of deadlines missed and drafts abandoned. She could shape the world for a moment. Why not shape herself again? Why not reclaim her craft? On the 5th morning she walked the city walls early, watching swallows dip above terracotta roofs. Sunlight shimmered on the sea. Tourists gathered in slow knots, guides raising umbrellas in the heat. Eva's pulse quickened. She decided to begin a new book. Back at the apartment she opened the notebook to the first clean sheet and titled a novel in clear letters, The Woman Who Waited. The plan was simple: reshuffle her own story, add distance, give hope. Her main character, also named Eva, would arrive in Dubrovnik after failure. She would meet a man named Luka, half Croatian, half American, a photographer searching for new light. Luka would be gentle, reserved, curious about old walls and quiet corners. They would heal each other, word by word, picture by picture. Eva wrote the first chapter fast, almost breathless. She described a late afternoon coincidence on Banj Beach, how Luka offered to share shade under his striped umbrella, how they talked about city names that tasted like salt. She ended the chapter with a line meant to echo longing. He looked at her with recognition, not of her face but of her silence. A knock sounded at her door. Heart jolting, Eva approached, pen still in hand. When she opened, a lean man with sun-bleached hair stood on the landing, camera strap across his chest. He smiled politely, apologized for the interruption, and asked if she knew where to toss recycling. His accent hovered between Croatian vowels and a mild American drawl. His eyes were gray, exactly the shade she had imagined, Luca? She blurted without thinking. He blinked. Yes. Do we know each other? Heat swarmed her cheeks. She directed him to the bins around the corner, murmured thanks, shut the door, and pressed her back against the wood. Her notebook lay on the desk, silent. She stared at it, heart racing. Days passed in a hazy glow. Luca returned a borrowed wine opener. Eva invited him in for coffee. He asked to see the view from her little window. She asked about his photographs. Sea caves, street markets, faces in evening shadow. They bought fruit at Gundelich Square, picnicked on rocky shelves below the fortress, traded half-forgotten English slang for Dalmatian sayings. They shared childhood stories. One night they shared a narrow bed. Luca whispered he had not felt so calm in years. Eva traced the line of his cheek and thought of the sentence she could write next. Yet the more she wrote, the more she sensed threads unraveling. One evening, post-love, Luca recounted a memory about his first camera, the plastic smell, the thrill of frozen time. Eva had crafted that very paragraph 2 days earlier. Word for word. She kept her surprise hidden behind a smile. But inside she felt a chill. If he repeated scripted lines, was he speaking or reading? She adjusted strategy. Less about him, more about herself. Eva writes again. Eva feels purpose. Eva is invited to a conference in Split. 2 days later an email arrived from the University of Split asking her to sit on a panel about young European voices. Relief flooded her. The notebook could empower her fate without puppeteering Luca. She closed the leather cover, placed the pen aside, promised herself a break. The dreams began that night. First, she saw Luca standing at the foot of the bed, expression blank, eyes reflecting nothing. A second dream showed Luca seated at her desk while she slept, crossing out pages, ink bleeding into midnight shapes. A third dream shattered calm entirely. She watched Luca dissolve into ash, every speck swirling into the notebook like dust into a vacuum. She jolted awake, sweat-drenched, heart pounding. Morning found Luca distant, his gaze drifting to corners. Conversations lagged. He laughed less. When Eva pulled the notebook from a locked drawer, she discovered fresh pages in her own handwriting, scenes of Eva losing her voice, of waves swallowing streets, of Luca squeezing her hand and telling her to keep writing. She flipped back and forth. She could not recall writing these lines. Panic tightened her throat. She considered whether Luca woke at night to forge her handwriting, but the scenes carried thoughts only she would know. Eva searched the apartment for hidden cameras, for spare notebooks, for puppet strings she could name. Nothing. She began leaving the notebook locked in her bag when she left the flat, but pages kept filling anyway. Rain clouds gathered each afternoon though forecasters promised sun. She smelled cedar and ink in her dreams, as if the notebook sat on her chest. One evening she found Luca staring at the balcony door. He did not blink for a full minute. She touched his arm and felt cold. She told him she needed space from the novel. He nodded once, a polite default. In the morning a brand new scene appeared, Luca taking Eva's hand, urging her to finish him. The penmanship slanted harder, as if carved. Eva tore the page free, crumpled it, marched to the harbor, and threw the wad into the sea. She watched it sink, half expecting ink to bleed like squid dye. The water swallowed it whole. The next day Luca's silence deepened. He answered questions with single syllables. His embrace felt thin, his kiss a formality. In bright daylight Eva thought she sensed the stone walls behind him, visible through faint translucence. Her skin prickled. She returned to the notebook. Pages she never wrote awaited. Eva walking Dubrovnik in rain so heavy streets turned to rivers. Eva reciting lines on a stage with no audience. Eva at a desk writing Luca back to life after losing him. She slammed the notebook shut. Someone used her hand as a tool. She decided on a single sentence. Eva sat at the desk and admitted she did not know what was real anymore. She inked the line in slow, deliberate strokes. As the period dried the apartment creaked, a low groan deeper than wood. Shelves trembled. A book toppled from the highest row. She jumped, caught it before it hit the floor. The title read, A Study in Balkan Folklore. Inside she found an envelope, brittle with age, addressed only to whoever finds this. Her grandfather's name signed the bottom beside the date 1972. The letter warned that the notebook was no tool but a mirror, reflecting desire with a price. It urged, write to understand, not to control, or the story will swallow the writer. Eva read the letter 3 times. Her grandfather had known the notebook. Had he survived it? The letter was written 40 years before his death. She wondered how much of his quietness, his rumored eccentricity, came from sentences that rewrote themselves in the dark. She spent the night in a straight-backed chair, staring at Luca's sleeping shape. Moonlight traced his outline, but she thought she saw the mattress beneath him through faint lines in his side. She imagined that each page she wrote drained color from him and from herself, a cruel exchange. At dawn she opened the notebook one last time and wrote a confession. She admitted she had forged Luca because she feared her own company. She had asked him to carry a loneliness that was never his, and the burden hollowed them both. On the final line she released him, thanked him, chose truth. She closed the cover with hands that shook. She did not lock it away. She simply breathed. Footsteps creaked behind her. Luca stood by the window, dawn light a halo around him. He smiled a small human smile that carried no anger. I wondered if you would try, he said. His voice sounded tender, almost relieved. Eva placed a palm on the notebook. I'm sorry. He nodded once. A breeze stirred the curtains. Like morning fog meeting sun, Luca's outline thinned then dispersed, grain by grain, until only empty air filled the space. The notebook lay still. Eva waited for dread, but a calmer feeling rose, like a stone lifted from her ribs. She carried the notebook to the desk, opened the first page, spread glue across the inscription, and pressed it shut until the binding sealed. Over the next month she wrote on her laptop instead. She did not need magic, only honesty. She drafted a memoir, The Woman Who Waited, about losing voice and finding it again when silence felt like knife edges. The book reached readers who sent letters saying they recognized themselves in her fear and in her strength. Not once did she use the leather notebook. She paid to renovate the apartment and donated as a literary residence for visiting writers. The notebook remained on the shelf, first page sealed. Guests sometimes asked about it. She shrugged and said it was a family keepsake. At night she still dreamed of Luca, but the dreams were peaceful. They sat together on a stone wall overlooking water, sharing olives in quiet. They never spoke. She woke rested. One evening, as pink dust colored the city, Eva walked the walls again. She pictured her grandfather writing his warning. She pictured her own hand shaping Luca into being. She wondered how many pages remained blank behind the glued leaf, and whether they would stay that way forever. She decided that mysteries did not always need solving. Some truths could live in shadows if the people outside them lived better lives. A cool breeze rose from the sea, brushing heat from the stones, lifting sweat from her neck. She smiled, recognizing the words she once wrote. But no pen claimed authorship now. The wind was simply wind, the day simply day, and Eva simply Eva, breathing, walking, writing forward one honest step at a time. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Miles found the letter by accident late on a warm Saturday afternoon. He was alone in Mr. Harold's farmhouse, sorting through boxes so dusty they looked smoked, when his phone slipped from the arm of the old Chesterfield sofa. The couch was heavy, its cracked leather smelling faintly of tobacco and engine oil. With a grunt, Miles pulled it forward, fishing around for the phone, and a thick book slid out from behind the cushions. It was a battered 1979 Farmer's Almanac, the cover faded to the gray-green of moss on stone. A sheet of yellowed paper, folded into neat quarters, fell from between the pages and floated to the floor like it had been waiting for an audience. He crouched, picked up the letter, and turned it over. The edges felt soft, velvet by time. The color had deepened into a creamy brown, as if it had spent years sunbathing on a windowsill. Everything in Mr. Harold's house seemed that way, frozen in an era that never caught up with the rest of the world. There were jars of rusty nails, cigar boxes full of foreign coins, half-fixed radios that hummed when you breathed on them, and a metal bread tin of marbles that clicked like rain when you shook it. Mr. Harold had lived there most of his life, alone except for the occasional babysitting stint for Miles when his parents worked late shifts at the feed mill. After Harold passed, he left the property and every mysterious object inside it to Miles's parents. They were practical people. Keep the land, clear out the clutter, list what might sell. Miles, fresh out of college, had agreed to tackle the mountain of stuff in exchange for staying there rent-free for the summer. He hadn't expected the summer to give him a mystery. He unfolded the letter with care, half afraid the paper might crumble. August 14, 1979. Geraldine. You really did it this time. You slipped straight out the gate like you knew I wouldn't stop you. Maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I was tired of pretending it didn't bother me every time you wandered off. You always came back before. I always forgave you. I can't explain why this time feels different. Maybe because it's been 3 days. Maybe because the yard is too quiet without you. Maybe because I finally said it out loud. She's not coming back. I keep lifting my head from the sink, expecting to spot you by the lilac bushes. You always loved the lilacs. If you're somewhere out there, I hope it's pleasant. I hope someone is treating you better than I did. I'm leaving the gate open, just in case. H. Miles read the letter once, then again, and once more after that, slower each time. The words carried regret, the kind that lingers in a room long after the person has left. Geraldine. The name echoed in his mind like an unfinished chord. A lost girlfriend? A runaway sister? A childhood friend who never looked back. He turned the letter over. The back was blank. He thumbed through the rest of the almanac hoping for clues, notes and margins, an address scrawled at the top of a page. But the book offered nothing except tide tables, moon phases, and an article on caring for grapevines. Harold had never seemed sentimental. No photos on the walls, no wedding ring, no stories about relatives other than a vague mention of an uncle who died young. He loved iced tea brewed strong, garage sales early, and mechanical surprises that most people would call junk. When Miles was 10, Harold taught him to whistle through an acorn cap. When Miles turned 14, Harold presented him with a pocket knife that folded so smoothly Miles swore it was magic. But they rarely talked about anything personal. Miles had not realized how much of Harold's private life remained locked away until now. The next discovery happened in the garage that smelled of gasoline and sawdust. Propped on a dented tool cabinet stood a photograph in a chipped silver frame. The image showed a man in his mid-30s, Harold, younger but unmistakable, balanced on a sawhorse, laughing into the camera. An arm draped over someone just outside the cropped edge. Whoever was with Harold had been sliced from the print long ago, leaving an empty triangle of brown paper. That missing sliver lodged itself in Miles's brain like a burr in a sock. Curiosity blossomed into a mission. By midweek he was scanning local archives, hunting through dusty phone books, and pestering the small-town librarian, Mrs. Feldman, who had known everyone's business since the 70s. He asked about any Geraldine connected to a man named Harold. Mrs. Feldman adjusted her reading glasses, promised to look, and sent him home with a stack of yearbooks from the high school 2 towns over. The internet helped and hindered. Miles posted in the community Facebook group, "Does anyone remember a Geraldine around here in the late 1970s or early 1980s? Maybe knew a fellow named Harold?" Most replies were tentative. A retired teacher recalled a shy student by that name but thought she married and moved west. Someone else proposed contacting Colleen at the feed store because Colleen knows everybody's secrets, living or dead. Many simply typed, following, with a heart emoji. 4 nights later, when crickets sawed the dark outside the open window, Miles's phone buzzed. A message on Messenger from Tanya Murphy RPN. "Hi. I noticed your post. I was one of Harold's personal support workers during his last 2 years." Miles sat up straighter. Tanya wrote that Harold was sweet but stubborn, loved animals, and cursed like a dockworker when the TV remote went missing. Miles responded quickly, telling her about the babysitting, the estate sorting, and the mysterious letter. He waited, screen glowing. Tanya's bubble appeared. He talked about Geraldine often. Said she was the only soul who ever got him. Claimed she needed nothing fancy, just grass, sunshine, and a gate left open. He'd say, that was enough for her. Miles felt a pang sharper than he expected. He had gone to college, then internship, only returning for Christmas, and Harold was usually off ice fishing by then. He hadn't heard that gentle voice in years. Did he explain why she left? Miles typed. Once. He told me he let her wander, hoping she'd come home. And she did, about a week later, full of burrs, muddy, cranky, but healthy. He said it was the most romantic event of his life. Miles smiled at the phone through eyes that prickled. Was she local? Maybe I can find her. Tanya replied with a laugh emoji. Not local in the way you're thinking. Let me send you a photo. It's easier. Minutes passed. Then his screen filled with a sepia picture. A young Harold sat on a rickety bench, grinning like a man who'd heard the world's best joke. Beside him, standing on a wooden crate with a daisy tucked behind one ear, was Geraldine. A goat. Miles stared in absolute silence. At first his brain refused the obvious. Then, as certainty bloomed, a startled laugh escaped him, sharp, then rolling. He typed, Geraldine was a goat. Tanya reacted with a heart. Of course she was. What else did you think? Miles ran a hand through his hair. All week he had imagined an elusive woman, maybe a runaway bride, maybe a lost sister. He had pictured overdue apologies, a fence left swinging in the breeze, footprints fading along a road. Now he saw Harold kneeling in the grass next to a two-tone Nubian nanny chewing at weeds. He thought of the letter, the quiet yard, the lilac bush, the gate left open. Those details fit a goat perfectly. He thought of the photograph in the garage. Perhaps Harold had cut out a stranger's face so the focus stayed on the goat he loved. Tanya messaged again. Fun fact. Geraldine died in 2001. He buried her under the lilacs. He never got another goat. Said no one would measure up. Miles reread the line and felt a small ache open in his chest. He thanked Tanya, wished her well, and set the phone aside. The farmhouse around him hummed with its usual chorus. Refrigerator tick, wind through cracked window, soft rattle of something in the vents. But now everything sounded clearer, like a record after dust is brushed from the grooves. The next morning he brewed strong coffee, the way Harold had taught him, and took a mug to the overgrown backyard. The early light was gold and silent except for a dove's low call. Miles located the lilac bush, a tangle of branches shading loose soil. Kneeling, he brushed aside leaves and found a flat stone sunk into the earth. Carved into it, in uneven letters, was one word, Geraldine. He sat cross-legged, sipped his coffee, and spoke out loud, though no one was near enough to listen. He thanked Harold for every story hour, every glass of sun tea, every acorn whistle. He apologized for the distance created by years and highways. He said the lilacs were still here. The gate, too. He would oil the hinges so they swung without complaint. Miles spent that whole day clearing the yard. He trimmed blackberry runners, hauled rotted boards, and stacked forgotten planters beside the shed. He polished the small stone until the goat's name caught in the light. Then he searched the barn loft until he found a tin pail shaped like a funnel. Inside lay a stack of Polaroids wrapped in oilcloth. Each snapshot showed Geraldine in some everyday triumph, pawing at a pumpkin, climbing onto Harold's truck bed, napping in a patch of sun. In every picture Harold stood nearby, grinning as if caught by surprise at his own happiness. Miles sorted the photos into a new frame and hung it in the kitchen above the lilac-facing window. He pressed the folded letter behind the glass so the date peeked out beside Geraldine's best angle. Then he wrote a note of his own on fresh paper, dated that morning, and tucked it inside the almanac at the page that predicted the next full moon. His note was brief, just a line promising that the gate would always stay open. By evening the farmhouse felt lighter, the rooms breathing easier without stacks of junk leaning at odd angles. Miles turned on the porch light, swung the gate wide, and stood for a minute listening to night sounds, wondering what the old goat might have heard on her wanderings. He imagined Harold sitting on the back steps, mug of tea in hand, waiting until hoofbeats returned along the gravel drive. Everyone deserves a someone, Miles thought, whether that someone has 2 legs or 4, whether they speak words or only answer to the rustle of lilac leaves. Geraldine had been Harold's, and Harold, it seemed, had been hers. Miles felt grateful for the chance to understand that before it was too late. He reached for the gate latch, but left it unhooked. Then he walked inside, poured the last of the coffee into Harold's favorite chipped mug, and toasted the empty chair across the table. The breeze shifted, carrying the faint scent of lilacs through the screen door. The noon sun beat down on the ancient stones of Dubrovnik's old town as Eva Perkovic steered her squeaking suitcase along a side street just off Straton. Heat shimmered above the flagstones. Sweat slid between her shoulder blades. Her sandal soles slapped against the uneven ground while the strap of her laptop bag dug into her collarbone. After one more turn she stopped in front of a plain stone house with sea blue shutters and let out a shaky breath. This was the place. It had taken years, and the slow collapse of everything she thought she was, to reach this door. 7 years earlier she had been a rising star in Croatia's literary scene. Her first novel swept up awards and sent her on reading tours from Zagreb to Split. Bookstores framed her smile on paper banners. Critics called her the next great voice. Then the words dried up. Drafts stalled halfway, relationships cracked, debts piled, and a low fog of sadness settled over every day. By spring she had lost her flat in Zagreb and her hope of ever finishing another book. 2 weeks ago an unexpected email arrived. Her grandfather's lawyer wrote that she had inherited his apartment in Dubrovnik. Eva had barely known the man. Her mother almost never mentioned him. But she had no other roof waiting for her, so she packed what little was left of her life and traveled south along the coast. Inside, the apartment smelled of cool stone and old cedar. Dust drifted in sun-splintered bands across shelves packed floor to ceiling with books. Near a window that framed a thin slice of glittering Adriatic stood a heavy wooden desk scarred by decades of use. Eva set her bags on the floor and stepped toward it, guided by a faint scent of ink that stirred some half-memory from childhood. On the desktop rested a thick leather notebook and a black fountain pen. The notebook looked old yet untouched, creamy pages, rough edges, no publisher's mark. On the first sheet someone had written in neat Croatian script. To remake the world, first write it in truth. But remember, truth will write you back. Eva snorted. Very poetic. Still, the pen felt pleasantly weighted in her hand, and when she touched nib to paper the ink glided like water. To test the smoothness she wrote a simple sentence. A cool breeze slipped in from the sea, sweeping away the heavy heat trapped inside the stone room. The second she lifted the pen a gust rattled the shutters. Cool air brushed her skin. Goose flesh rose on her arms. She hurried to the window. Palm fronds across the lane swayed gently, yet the street lay sun-drenched and still. Eva stared at the notebook, heart tapping in uneven rhythm. Over the following days she ran small experiments. She wrote that a neighbor's cat would appear on her sill, and soon a striped tabby meowed outside the shutters. She wrote that a tourist would spill his coffee in the alley, and the next morning, cup and espresso splattered across the stones exactly as described. Each event confirmed a pattern. What she scripted in the book unfolded around her, but only when her words were clear, confident, and honest. Vague wishes faded. Outright lies failed. When she tried to declare her empty bank account full, nothing changed. The notebook, she realized, didn't grant fantasy. It nudged reality forward one truthful step at a time. And every nudge seemed to echo back at her, as though the world expected payment. One afternoon, walking the high city walls under a sky as blue as glass, Eva felt the old pulse of story stir. If she could guide small moments, could she also guide a larger tale? Perhaps even her own stalled career? She hurried home, opened the notebook, and began drafting a novel she called The Woman Who Waited. Its heroine resembled her, once promising, recently broken, drawn to Dubrovnik in search of a second chance. For the sake of the story she introduced Luka, a Croatian-American photographer who had grown weary of Los Angeles and returned to his roots. She made him kind and thoughtful, carrying his own dents and fissures. She wrote their first meeting on Banj Beach beneath soft evening light. When she finished the line, he looked at her and seemed to recognize not her face, but her quiet. A knock sounded at the door. Trembling, Eva opened it. A man with sun-bleached hair and a camera around his neck smiled apologetically. "Sorry to bother you," he said in crisp yet accented Croatian. "I just moved into the flat downstairs and can't find the garbage bins. Could you point me?" Eva's pulse thudded. "Luca?" she blurted without thinking. He blinked. Yes. Do we know each other?" From that moment the pages she had invented stepped into her rooms. Luca was everything she had written, gentle, curious, slightly wounded. They shared coffees under striped awnings, wandered marble alleys at dusk, watched boats blink across the harbor. Nights on the balcony stretched until first light. Stories and bottles of playback flowed. Eva stopped drafting new chapters. Life appeared eager to write in her place. Yet tiny cracks formed. After they made love beneath the slowly turning ceiling fan, Luca told a childhood memory, exactly a paragraph she had penned days earlier. Fear pricked her skin. She tried writing less about him and more about herself, confidence returning, invitations arriving. When she wrote that she would be asked to speak at a conference, an email from the University of Split appeared within 48 hours. But the nights filled with strange dreams. She saw Luca standing in the doorway with vacant eyes, or leafing through the notebook and striking whole passages in thick black lines. In one dream he crumbled to ash while she read aloud. Waking, she sensed an unsettling exchange. Each time she shaped him further, some small piece of her own depth seemed to thin. As Luca became more vivid, she felt hollowed, her fears erased, her doubts muted. She announced a break from writing. Luca nodded calmly. But next morning she found a fresh page in her looping hand, a dialogue she had no memory of composing, Luca urging her to finish the work. Shaken, she tore the sheet free and hurled it into the Adriatic. That day Luca's warmth dimmed, his gaze turned distant. Pages kept filling, lines she did not author, descriptions of her wandering old lanes in a storm, of the sea swallowing the city, of her returning to the desk night after night to inscribe Luca back into solidity. Someone, or something, was holding the pen while she slept. She searched the flat for hidden cameras, for a second notebook, for any clever prank. Nothing. The silence of the room's pressed close. At last she wrote the one sentence she had avoided. "I no longer know what is real." The ink dried, and the walls gave a low groan. Light flickered. A heavy volume slid off a shelf and landed open at her feet, a study in Balkan folklore. Between its pages lay a folded letter dated 1972, signed by her grandfather. "The notebook is not a tool," he had written. "It is a mirror. It grants what you most desire and takes what you least expect. Do not write to control. Write to understand. Otherwise the story will claim you and leave you inside its binding." Eva read the words until dawn bled pale across the rooftops. She understood then. By scripting Luca into perfect existence she had been peeling away her own imperfect layers, doubts, contradictions, the shadows that made her whole. She lifted the notebook, opened to a clean sheet, and at last wrote honestly. "I created you because I feared the emptiness of my own company. That emptiness belonged to me, and it was true. Luca, I let you go." The pen lifted. The sentence shone wet for a heartbeat, then soaked into the page. Eva turned. Luca stood by the window in gentle morning light, expression soft. "I wondered when you'd choose," he said. A breath later he dissolved, like mist touched by the sun. Only the faintest scent of sea air remained. Eva stayed in Dubrovnik. She wrote again, this time a memoir titled The Woman Who Waited, telling without ornament the story of losing her voice and finding it in a forgotten apartment. The book reached readers across Croatia and beyond not through magic but through plain, steady truth. She donated the flat to the city as a small writer's residence, lined its walls with her grandfather's books, and left the leather notebook on a high shelf. Before she locked the place each season, she glued the notebook's first page shut, a silent warning. Sometimes, late at night, she still dreamed of Luca. In those dreams they sat together on the balcony, either speaking, simply watching moonlight puddle on the tiles. She woke with a quiet ache but also with peace. She no longer needed to capture truth with ink. She was living it, flawed, uncertain, completely her own. The rain eased to a thin mist as twilight faded over Old Crescent, and Sarah Hargrove moved through the hush of her bookshop, the whispering pages, finishing the small habits that closed each day. She straightened slanted dust jackets, tapped paperbacks into neat rows, and counted the register while slow jazz from a scratched record drifted between the shelves. The shop, tucked into a brick corner of Market Lane, smelled of coffee grounds and wood polish, safe, familiar scents Sarah had come to treasure. She knew every imprint on every spine and could often guess which regular would stop by simply from the creak of the door. That certainty made the empty space in the local history section feel like a punch to the ribs. One title was gone. The Violet Ledger, a cracked, violet cloth volume that covered the strange disappearances of 1982, had been there that afternoon. Sarah had placed it herself, fingers brushing its dented corners. She paused now, hand on the shelf, and felt a chill crawl up her arms. The book was rare, technically unsellable. Its value lay in rumor, not price. It always drew curious eyes, yet no one had bought it in years. A picture flashed in her mind, the tall customer wrapped in a pitch-black raincoat, hat brim shadowing their face. They had stood perfectly still in the history nook, gloved fingers resting on the shelf as though listening to the books breathe. Sarah had offered help. The figure waved her off in a voice too low to place. She'd dismissed the unease as simple shyness. Now the memory felt sharper, more troubling. She checked receipts, stock logs, and the dented cash drawer. Nothing explained the missing book. She flipped on the ancient CCTV monitor near the register. The grainy footage showed the raincoat customer sliding the ledger beneath the folds of their coat, casting one swift glance toward the camera, eyes like polished stone, before walking out into the dusk. The timestamp read 5:47 p.m. Sarah copied the clip to an old USB stick, then texted Officer Amir Patel, a longtime friend on the small Crescent police force. "Think someone just stole the Violet Ledger. Footage looks strange. Can we talk?" Patel replied a minute later. "Meet me at 8 tomorrow. Bring the video. Lock your doors tonight." Sarah locked up, but sleep eluded her. Instead, she made tea and opened her laptop to the town's modest online forum. She posted a careful note, looking for any information on an out-of-print book, The Violet Ledger, last seen today. If you've heard anything, please contact the shop. She left out the theft, hoping to avoid gossip. Yet Old Crescent lived on whispers. By dawn the post had hundreds of views. Morning brought a line of regulars armed with theories. Mabel Dean, a retired detective with silver hair pulled tight, claimed she'd spotted a stranger matching Sarah's description near the post office. Jonas Finch, the town historian whose small glasses always slid down his nose, insisted the ledger contained missing pages he once saw but could no longer find. Even Aidan Wells, a brooding novelist who spent more time at the travel shelf than writing, muttered that secrets were better left unopened. They all left with books, or excuses, but curiosity clung to them like mist. At noon, Sarah discovered an envelope slid under the shop's front door. Purple ink spelled 5 words in unsettled script: "Let sleeping stories lie." Her stomach turned. She pressed the note flat, studied the strands of ink, and tucked it into her pocket as the shop cat, Thimble, arched his back and hissed at the empty aisle beside the history shelf. The overhead lights blinked twice. By the time Officer Patel stepped through the door at 4, rain was drumming steadily again. He took one look at Sarah's pale face and the empty shelf and said, "Let's see the clip." They watched together in her cramped office. Patel frowned. "That's deliberate. They knew where the camera was, knew the time of day you'd be busiest. We've had no break-ins, no burglaries lately. Whoever wants that book wants it only for what's inside." He explained that a year earlier, a young woman researching her grandmother's 1982 disappearance had filed a request to view the ledger. She believed it hid clues about a meeting place near the abandoned railway station. The case stalled when the woman, frustrated, left town. Now the theft seemed tied to the same desperate search. 2 days passed. Another note appeared, tucked into the return slot of a lone mystery novel. The answers are not for you. Same purple ink. Sarah's nerves jangled, but something stronger than fear took hold, an ache to uncover whatever truth lay behind the ledger's pages. She reopened the shop's visitor book, tracing names and times, circling anyone who had asked about 1982 or the disappearances. Jonas Finch's name appeared often, always paired with brief purchases, a map, a notebook, a book on cryptography. She also found the initials AW in rushed handwriting. Aidan Wells? That night Sarah followed a hunch and walked to Finch's cottage on Briar Road. Light glowed behind curtains. She knocked. He answered in a rumpled sweater, eyes darting past her to the street. "Sarah, late for a call, isn't it? Have you seen the ledger?" she asked. Finch stammered, denying involvement, then shut the door. From inside she heard the scrape of furniture and something heavy sliding across the floor. Later, when Sarah returned to the whispering pages, she discovered the back door standing ajar despite double locks. Muddy footprints speckled the stairwell leading down the alley. She grabbed a flashlight and followed the trail across puddled cobblestones to the old railway yard. Vines choked the entrance of a disused tunnel carved into the hill. The footprints stopped there, as though swallowed. Inside, damp air clung to her lungs. Sarah's light caught broken bottles, a collapsed campfire, and a scrap of violet paper waving from a pile of debris. She knelt, hands trembling, and pulled free a jagged page bearing the ledger's ornate script. It spoke of a key where the river bends, and marked a date, November 17, 1982, circled twice in purple ink. Her pulse thundered. She knew that bend, a crook in the river Lynn where an old fishing cabin slouched toward the water. Word of her find spread before dawn. The local paper plastered her photo beside a headline, "Bookseller uncovers new clue in 40YAR mystery." The town council urged patience, but Sarah felt responsibility tighten around her like a net. She asked Patel for backup. She sought Jonas's knowledge of old maps. And she invited Mabel Dean, who never turned away from a puzzle, to join them. On a drizzly Saturday they drove to the river bend. The day smelled of wet earth and pine. Tall reeds bowed beneath the weight of rain as they approached the decrepit cabin. Its roof sagged, boards hung loose like rotting teeth. Inside, dust motes spun through shafts of gray light. Jonas paced, comparing the building to grainy photos from the 80s. Mabel tapped floorboards with a walking stick until one echoed hollow. Patel pried it up, revealing a compartment lined in tin. Within lay bundles of letters, sepia photographs, and the violet ledger, worn now, certain paragraphs underlined in the familiar purple. They spread the items across a salvage table, reading by flashlight. The letters told of a clandestine network that once guided refugees and dissidents across hostile borders during the Cold War. Old Crescent's missing townsfolk had not vanished. They'd staged disappearances to shepherd others to safety, leaving behind coded references in diaries and police files. The ledger, a patchwork of diary pages and official reports, was designed as a map only insiders could decode. The purple markings highlighted safe houses and smuggler routes disguised as bland entries about fog levels and train schedules. A rustle at the doorway made Patel draw his service weapon. A young woman stood under the lintel, soaked from rain, clutching the strap of a worn backpack. Her eyes were wide, the irises a deep violet that caught the flashlight beam. "Please," she said, voice shaking. "I just need to know if she made it." She was Amelia Markova, granddaughter of Milena Marin, one of the vanished of 1982. Amelia confessed to taking the ledger from the shop, hoping it would confirm the rumor that her grandmother had survived. Fearful of police, she'd hidden in the tunnel, copying clues before panic forced her to flee, dropping the page Sarah found. She produced the ledger from her bag, intact save for that torn sheet. The group shared what they had learned. A photograph from the hidden cache showed Milena standing beside a river in Austria in 1983, smiling, holding the hand of a small child. Jonas recognized the location from a stamp on the back. Milena had lived, starting anew under a different name. Tears slipped down Amelia's cheeks as decades of uncertainty unfurled into relief. Patel drove Amelia to the station to arrange contact with Austrian archives. Mabel wrapped the remaining letters in wax paper for preservation. Jonas reverently closed the ledger, tracing its cover. "We should keep it safe," he whispered. Back in town, word traveled quickly. Guilt and pride mingled among residents whose parents or neighbors had played hidden roles. Some who once spoke of curses now spoke of heroism. The council organized a memorial exhibit in the old station, honoring the secret network and the journeys they enabled. People brought artifacts from attics, coded train tickets, brass keys, faded passports. A hush of respect replaced long-fed rumors. The whispering pages flourished. Visitors filled the aisles, drawn by the story of the stolen book that revealed the town's hidden courage. Sarah placed a framed photograph of Milena at the checkout, captioned "For those who walked unseen so others could walk free." She kept the violet ledger in a locked glass case near the counter, no longer a puzzle to chase, but a testament. Some evenings, after closing, Sarah sat in the quiet shop with only the hum of the street lamp outside. She thought about choices made under fog and starlight, about how a single book could change the shape of grief, and how stories, once unearthed, became bridges rather than graves. When the lights flickered, old wiring, nothing more, she remembered the empty space on the shelf and smiled. Mystery had not ended. It had grown into something larger. Each new customer stepping through the door might carry another hidden chapter, another ledger of secret courage waiting to be read. And on nights when the rain tapped gently against the windows and the jazz crackled soft and low, Sarah felt the town breathing easier, its whispers brighter, its pages turning toward the next unwritten tale. The library rose above the narrow street like a restless ghost, its black stone towers clawing at a sky smeared with autumn clouds. Thin fog leaked from hidden cracks in the walls and drifted across the courtyard, sliding over iron railings and chipped gargoyles. Even though Gabriella had wandered these grounds many times, the sight still sent a quiet shiver through her coat. It felt as if marble eyes were following her every step, judging whether she was meant to be there. A sharp wind cut between the pillars behind her, rattling the iron gate until the hinges squealed, and she hurried through the main doors before the chill could sink any deeper into her skin. She had come to this private corner of the city for a single reason, and time was running short. Inside, warm candlelight washed over velvet carpets the color of red wine. Dark wood floors echoed softly beneath her shoes, and dust motes drifted through the air like tiny silver fish. The corridors wound in every direction, twisting and crossing the way garden vines do on an old wall, so the building felt more like a maze than a storehouse for books. Gabriella's own quick footsteps, and the small sighs from the tall stained glass windows, were the only sounds she heard at first. Then came whispers, barely audible at first but growing clearer as she walked, as if someone were leaning close to her ear. She hurried on, passing portraits of stern professors, brilliant poets, and once famous students whose eyes followed anyone who dared to walk alone down these halls. Gabriella had not grown up with friends. She found comfort in blank pages and quiet corners, turning small feelings into poems and entire daydreams into long stories. Most evenings she had asked herself why she could charm strangers with her imagination yet remained unnoticed in real life. Night after night she returned to her notebook, eager to build a place that felt like home, even if it was only drawn in ink. She told herself that tonight would be different. Tonight her stories, the ones no one else had ever read, might finally matter. Hope warmed her breath as she found the narrow door she had been told about, no taller than her shoulder. She pushed it open. The hidden room felt more like a cavern than part of the library. A willow tree grew right through a crack in the stone floor, its branches trailing leaves that brushed the dusty carpets and dappled shadows over the walls. Purple cushions lay scattered around the roots like fallen petals. Wax candles, melted nearly to stubs, flickered in sconces. 4 people already waited there. Taylor reclined on a low cushion, her auburn hair glowing in the last light sneaking through the window slits, her sharp brown eyes inspecting Gabriella with open impatience. Adrian leaned against a pillar beside the tree, tall and thin, his pale face half hidden beneath dark hair that fell over one eye. Richard crouched near the back wall, fiddling with a loose thread on his maroon vest and glancing covertly at Taylor when he thought no one looked. And there was Maeve, perched on a round slab of bark that served as a small table grown from the willow itself. Her fine features and graceful posture made Gabriella think of illustrations from a classic fairy tale. Maeve's blue eyes were clear, steady, and cold. She was everything Gabriella had hoped someday to become, a writer whose stories flowed like music, a leader who was admired, and a favorite of the mysterious storyteller, a spirit said to guide anyone gifted enough to earn its notice. Legends described the storyteller only in fragments, but Gabriella believed, in her own bones, that the tales were true. These 4 formed the Secret Tellers Club. Some students spoke about them in awe, others in envy. To Gabriella, they represented the doorway to a life she had only imagined. She took one step forward, clutching her stack of handwritten pages to her chest, and tried to steady her breath. Taylor's voice cracked through the hush. "You're late. Everyone else arrived on time." Her tone was sharp, and her eyes narrowed, as if she were measuring each awkward beat of Gabriella's heart. Gabriella opened her mouth, but words tangled on her tongue. She had left home early, yet anxiety made her pause at every turn, rethinking her directions, rehearsing greetings, fearing she would fail before she even began. Now her cheeks burned. She wanted to explain, to apologize, but Maeve spoke first. "Don't worry her so much, Taylor," Maeve said smoothly. "Tonight is important. We should begin with proper courtesy." The warning was gentle yet firm. Taylor rolled her eyes but fell silent. Gabriella edged closer to Maeve, grateful for the rescue. Maeve picked up a small crystal glass from the table and offered it. The liquid inside was the color of fresh pomegranate seeds. Gabriella took it, surprised but willing. Perhaps this was a simple welcoming gesture. Maeve's calm gaze never wavered as Gabriella raised the glass, tasting a sweet, slightly spiced drink that warmed her throat. Maeve's approving smile told Gabriella she had passed some unwritten test. Maeve lifted her own glass and addressed the group. "What shall start our evening?" Her voice softened, inviting suggestions. Adrian gave the faintest smirk. "You should read your newest piece, Maeve. We're all waiting." His words dripped admiration and mischief at the same time. Maeve's laugh sounded light as wind chimes. "Since you insist." In one graceful motion she slipped from the table and retrieved a slim notebook from a nearby bag. Gabriella watched in rapt attention as Maeve opened it. Her voice filled the room, low and rich as she read. She spoke of a lover who blooms like a vine, twining around another soul until joy and grief are indistinguishable, then tearing away and leaving wounds that grow flowers of their own. Each phrase seemed to hang in the air a moment longer than ordinary speech, painting color in the dimness. Gabriella's pulse raced. Something invisible stirred between the candles, making everything brighter and more silent at once. When Maeve's final line faded, the room erupted in applause. Gabriella clapped so hard her palms stung. Adrian whispered first, "May the storyteller weep at your words." The others echoed the blessing, a ritual phrase known only within these walls. Gabriella's chest swelled at the thought of someday earning such praise. Maeve bowed graciously, then sat again on the willow stump. She fixed Richard with an expectant look. "You said you discovered something special. A revelation?" Richard startled from his corner, then shuffled forward with a stack of torn pages. He passed one to each person, lingering a second longer beside Taylor as their eyes met. When he turned to Gabriella, she noticed faint fog around his outline, as though candle smoke clung only to him. The sensation made her dizzy for a heartbeat. She accepted the sheet he offered. Letters on the page twisted together, shapes overlapping so thoroughly that Gabriella could not unravel them. She blinked, sipped from the crystal glass again, one swallow, then another. Her thirst sharpened rather than eased, but she forced herself to stop, afraid of seeming ungrateful. Richard began to speak in an ear whisper. "I found an old ritual," he said. "There are references scattered in forgotten poems and in a few songs written centuries ago, but no record that anyone finished it." He outlined the requirements: a hidden room, a living tree through which the storyteller could descend, candles marking the circle, the combined power of writers willing to shape their dreams into reality. Gabriella's stomach fluttered when she realized the club had everything on the list: this nook, the willow, the candles, and 5 eager imaginations. Richard paused. "But like all acts of real creation, it demands a sacrifice." The room tightened around Gabriella. Shadows leaned across the floorboards, merging. She lifted her eyes from the blurred words, and the walls seemed to wobble. Her tongue felt thick, and the next breath scraped her throat. "What was in the drink?" she tried to ask, but her voice cracked. She swallowed, tasted metal, tried again. What did I just drink?" Maeve's answer floated back, soft as silk. "Only a special blend of tea to calm nerves. Nothing harmful." Her smile remained sweet, but it did not reach her eyes. Gabriella's vision shimmered. She pushed to her feet, swaying. "I have to go," she murmured. She sensed movement, the others circling closer. Maeve's fingers closed around her wrist like a band of ice. Gabriella tried to pull free, but Adrian caught her other arm. Taylor stepped in front to block the door, her fox-bright gaze burning. Richard's shadow seemed to grow, filling the corners, and his hands pressed on Gabriella's shoulders, guiding her back toward the willow. Panic surged. She dropped her stack of pages, the stories scattering at her feet. She tasted iron. The candles flickered hard, stretching the silhouettes of branches against the walls like claw marks. Gabriella's heartbeat thundered until her ears rang. She tried to scream but only coughed. Maeve spoke again, so softly Gabriella almost missed the words. "The storyteller gave us our gifts. We offer something in return. If you believe, you understand why this is necessary." The floor appeared to tilt. Gabriella's knees buckled, and she sank to the cushions while Taylor tied a strip of silk around her wrists. Her own breath echoed loud as a drum in her head. "Please," she whispered. "Let me go." No answer came except the rustling of willow leaves indoors, a sound that should not have existed. Somewhere far away, the library bell rang the hour, its muffled toll counting down the life she had known. The last thing she saw before darkness pressed in was Maeve lifting her glass in a silent toast, blue eyes shining like ice under moonlight. Then the room folded into black. When the candles burned out, silence returned to the hidden cavern. Books outside the door rested undisturbed, unaware of the choice the secret tellers had made. No one wandered near enough to hear the news story whispering through the willow's branches, a tale linked in sacrifice, bound inside a gothic maze of stone. "Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more." Tom sat by himself in the half-lit train car as the last glow of the city slipped behind a curtain of night. The steady clack of wheels on the rails drummed through the floor and seemed to match the slow beat of his heart. He took one careful sip from a metal flask, then slid a hand inside his coat to feel the small, brittle book he had stolen only hours earlier. He had waited until the bookshop owner disappeared into the storeroom, then tucked the volume under his jacket and walked out without looking back. People in town whispered about the book. They said the shop's first owner, a writer, had tried to finish a mystery novel while riding this very train long ago. In the middle of his trip, something terrified him so badly that he fainted, and when he woke, he refused to write another word. He kept his unfinished pages hidden, claiming the story had become real and that a treasure was buried somewhere on the train. After his death, the shop changed hands many times, yet the legend clung stubbornly to those pages. No one had solved the mystery. No one had found the treasure. Tonight Tom meant to do both. A burst of static from the speaker above made him jump. A low voice, warped by poor wiring, filled the car. "Good evening, passengers. This is your conductor speaking. Tickets will be checked shortly. Please take care if you move between cars. Our next stop is in 1 hour. Enjoy the ride." When the message ended with another pop of static, an uneasy hush settled over the passengers. A woman 2 rows back raised a plastic wine cup and let out a wobbly laugh. "What he really means," she slurred, "is please try not to die before the next stop." A young man nearby, barely more than a whisper, echoed, "Die?" Before anyone could respond, a short man with neat brown hair and thick glasses stood. He smoothed the sleeves of his coat, then spoke with deliberate calm. "I'm sure you've all heard rumors," he said. "This line was laid over old burial grounds. Folks claim a caretaker rises once a year to collect payment. Some say he gives a riddle. Fail to answer, and you lose your life. Pay him, and you might pass unharmed." He paused, lifting a finger. "The richer story, though, is that the builder of this train was forced to pay the toll himself. He supposedly hid a fortune aboard to satisfy the caretaker. Years later, a writer, curious and bold, rode the train to expose the truth, but vanished before he reached the last page. His clues, people say, are locked inside a single copy of his manuscript." The man's glasses caught a flash of light as he glanced around. "Find the clues, and the treasure might be yours. But meet the caretaker, and you won't leave alive." A nervous laugh rippled through the compartment, though nobody sounded amused. Tom remained silent. Greed hummed inside him, warm and familiar, urging him to act before someone else did. He waited until the conductor punched a hole in his ticket, then rose and slipped into the adjoining car. Tom opened the flimsy cover of the stolen book and flipped through pages spotted with age. Notes filled the margins, circles around certain words, arrows connecting phrases, short sentences in cramped handwriting. He moved slowly down the aisle, nodding to passengers without really seeing them. His attention locked onto the track of clues. A carving above a fireplace, a symbol etched on a door, a floorboard that creaked oddly under a faded rug. Each note pointed deeper into the train's older sections. The cars grew quieter as he advanced. Polished wood gave way to darker paneling that smelled of smoke and oil. Lamps flickered, rolling shadows along the ceiling. A dead bulb here, a strip of peeling wallpaper there. Little signs that these sections belonged to another era. Tom rubbed the rails of a door window and stared into the next car. Dusty benches, no passengers, one lamp burning low. He pushed hard until the heavy door gave way. Finally, he reached a door that felt heavier than all the others. Its brass handle was cold and stubborn. When he forced it open, he saw the door beyond stood ajar. Someone had been through recently. Candles glowed on every table of the curtained lounge ahead, sending soft light across piles of gold coins that gleamed like small suns. Velvet sacks lay toppled on the carpet, spilling rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. Cash lay bundled in brittle stacks, ink faded to a brownish green. At the center of all that wealth sat an unopened bottle of Pappy Van Winkle bourbon. Tom's breath caught. Even in the dim light he could tell no ordinary thief had looted the place. This was a hoard kept safe for decades, perhaps untouched until that half-open door. His thief's instinct pushed forward. Take only what would fit inside his coat pockets, and leave no trace. Coins and gems would be best. Before moving, he listened for footsteps, voices, anything. The only sound was distant rail noise and the soft hiss of candles. He slipped a coin into his palm. The door behind him slammed so loudly the candle flames shivered. Tom jerked around. He lunged for the handle. Locked. Solid. His mind screamed at him for ignoring the basic rule: never let a door close behind you. He peered through the small window in the door. The next car was dark. No movement. He fumbled for his phone. 1 bar of signal, just enough. On his ticket a small number read, "Emergency assistance." He dialed. A shaky voice answered. "Passenger services, can I help?" "I'm trapped in the rear lounge," Tom hissed. "Doors jammed, power's bad. Please send someone." "Sir, that car isn't for passengers." "Listen," Tom snapped, panic pushing his words. "I don't care about the rules. I need out before we lose reception." "Yes, sir. I'm on my..." Silence. the signal died. A faint scraping sound made his blood run cold. He turned. Nothing but piles of gold and flickering candles. Still, he felt watched. Another candle fluttered and went out, its smoke curling. A second followed. Darkness thickened at the far end of the car, swallowing tables and sacks in deep shadow. Tom's eyes watered as he searched the gloom. Something white flashed in the corner of his vision, like a pale face floating behind him in the reflection of the door glass. He spun. Empty air. No face. But his skin crawled. Again he stared down the car. 2 more candles failed, snuffed by an unseen breath. A shape moved just beyond the dim circle of light. A hand, thin and gray, with fingers too long to be human, reaching slowly toward the treasures. Tom rammed his shoulder against the door. The glass shook but held. He pounded and shouted. No answer. The thing in the darkness hissed like steam escaping a pipe. More candles died. The glow shrank to a trembling island where Tom stood. He grabbed a fire poker from the hearth and jammed it against the doorframe, prying at hinges, scraping splinters. Sweat dripped into his eyes. Behind him coins clinked softly as if something brushed through them. A ragged laugh, low, ancient, rose from the shadows. Stay in the light, Tom muttered, voice cracking. Stay in the light. But the last candles were withering. He ripped off his coat, wrapped it around his hand, and smashed at the door window with the poker's point. The glass spiderwebbed but did not break through. He struck again and again. Each blow rang through the car. The laugh grew louder, closer. The final candle went dark. Blackness poured over him. He felt, rather than saw, the outline of a man, no, not a man, standing only a foot away. Rotten breath swept across his cheek. His heart hammered so violently it hurt. The thing's eyes glowed faintly, deep as pits. A voice, as dry as old paper, whispered near his ear. Time is up. Tom's scream tore into the dark just as the train whistle howled, long and sorrowful, echoing through the valley outside. The train hissed into the small mountain station under pale morning lamps. Brakes squealed, steam vented, passengers yawned and reached for bags. The conductor in his crisp uniform strode along the platform, tipping his cap and guiding travelers to the exit. An elderly couple paused on the bottom steps. The woman glanced over her shoulder. I wonder where that nice young man went. The one who sat by the window. I hope those dreadful stories didn't frighten him off. Her husband patted her arm. Probably stretching his legs, dear. He'll turn up before the train departs. They joined the trickle of people toward the station building. Down by the last car, the conductor halted. The door stood partly open, its lock twisted. On the ground lay a worn paperback book with a brittle spine. The conductor picked it up, brushed off a smear of soot, and tucked it under his arm. A station worker approached for instructions. Before either could speak, a blood-chilling shriek shattered the morning calm. A skeletal hand, bone-thin and gray, slapped against the inside of the lounge window. It left a faint, greasy print, then vanished into gloom. The station worker stared open-mouthed. What was that? The conductor tightened his grip on the book. Nothing that belongs in this world, he said, voice low. Seal the car. No passengers inside until we leave. He strode away without another word, the fragile book pressed to his chest. Behind him, the empty car waited. Candles stood unlit, gold coins cold as ice. Somewhere in the dark, a caretaker watched and listened, guarding a toll that could never be paid in full. Outside, the train whistle blew again, warning, morning, or perhaps inviting the next curious soul to step across the threshold and gamble with the night. Sarah Hargrove liked to think that routine kept a person upright. Every evening she closed her bookshop, The Whispering Pages, in exactly the same order. First she slid the open sign to closed. Then she turned down the worn brass lock, which clicked with a note she had come to hear as both good night and warning. After that she shoved stray paperbacks, straightened display stands, and counted the day's cash while a crackly jazz playlist hummed in the background. Routine let her spirit settle the way dust settles when a door stops slamming. Yet on this rain-glazed Thursday, as the last light of twilight clung to the crooked roofs of Old Crescent, her practiced calm faltered. The cause revealed itself in a breath, one slim gap on the local history shelf. That space should have been filled by the Violet Ledger, a dog-eared, out-of-print volume that chronicled a string of strange vanishings back in 1982. The ledger was battered, its spine soft from curious hands, but Sarah kept it on display because people whispered about its contents. It held letters, diary entries, police memos, clues that never quite lined up. Older residents told stories about the ledger in low voices, and tourists often photographed it as a quaint relic. Now the book was gone, and no sales receipt explained its absence. A chill prickled along Sarah's arms. She closed the register drawer more sharply than usual, and replayed the day in her mind. A customer had lingered near that shelf just after lunch, tall, wrapped in a coal-black raincoat, face hidden beneath the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. Their gloves looked new, sleek leather that squeaked when they pinched the pages of local history books. At the time, Sarah assumed they were simply shy. Customers with anxious edges often found comfort in the quiet corners of the whispering pages. Still, the memory unsettled her. Old Crescent was a town that thrived on unease. Fog drifted inland from the river each dusk. Gas street lamps cast sepia rings across cobbled lanes, making every step sound like a secret. Stories traveled faster than buses. People believed in both the impossible and the practical at once. Theft was rare, but when it happened, residents felt it in their bones. A stolen loaf of bread became a tale about hunger spirits, and a missing scarf turned into a warning about restless winds. Sarah pushed a hand through her curly hair and fetched her worn ledger of shop records. No one had paid for the Violet Ledger. No one had asked about it at closing. She considered phoning Officer Amita Patel, who handled small incidents with patient eyes and a voice that matched the gentle drizzle outside. But Sarah hesitated. She pictured Patel's polite frown. "It's only one book, Sarah." And she pictured herself insisting it was more than a book. She felt silly worrying. Then again, she knew who might be desperate to get it. There was retired Detective Mabel Gorey, who spent Thursday afternoons in the shop rereading classic mysteries and sighing over unsolved Cold War cases. There was Jonas Finch, local historian, whose cottage roof sagged under boxes of clippings about Crescent folklore. And there was the newest regular, a brooding out-of-towner who asked odd questions but bought nothing. None of them matched the height or bearing of the raincoat figure. Sarah locked the front door and trudged to the back room to check the security feed. The aging camera system filmed in fuzzy black and white, but it managed to capture the hat-wearing stranger sliding the Violet Ledger under their coat, pausing to stare straight at the lens. The face remained in shadow, yet the posture suggested purpose, not impulse. She shivered. She wrote a brief email to Officer Patel, attaching the clip, "Something feels wrong." "That book isn't just any book." Patel replied within the hour, suggesting they meet next morning. Even so, Sarah felt restless. She opened the town's modest online forum and posted a discreet request for information. "Has anyone heard chatter about a missing local history book?" She named no titles and mentioned no theft. Still, by dawn, rumor had spread like petals in wind. Within 24 hours the whispering pages became the town's buzzing heart. Regulars who usually whispered hello now loitered and craned their necks toward the empty shelf. Some feigned disinterest, others offered half-thought theories. A teacher suggested the ledger might reveal a scandal about school funding. A cafe owner swore her father once saw a map inside pointing to hidden gold. Later that week an envelope, damp around the edges as if touched by fog, slid under the shop's door. Inside lay a single sheet of heavy linen paper. Purple ink spelled the message, "Let sleeping stories lie." The letters bled slightly, as if the writer's hand had trembled. Sarah's own hand trembled now. She tucked the note in her apron pocket. 2 days later a second note appeared, tucked into a returned library book about Victorian gardens. Same purple ink, same fine paper. "The answers are not for you." Sarah closed the book slowly. The store's gray cat, Hemingway, hissed at a corner. the lights above flickered. She felt as though the air had shifted, as though a hidden door had opened somewhere between the shelves. Officer Patel met Sarah at the counter one misty morning and revealed new context. Apparently, the violet ledger had been requested recently by a woman researching her grandmother's disappearance. That grandmother had vanished in 1982, part of the same cluster detailed in the ledger. The granddaughter believed the book hinted at a secret meeting place near the old railway station, but her search turned up nothing. Now, with the book stolen, Patel worried the granddaughter, wherever she was, might take risks to uncover the truth. Sarah felt a pulse of empathy. She pictured losing a grandparent without answers, and then losing the only document that might explain why. She told Patel she would keep looking. The next step was maps. Sarah spread receipts across the counter, cross-checking names of recent visitors with odd events reported around town. Someone had broken a lock on the municipal archive. Though nothing obvious was stolen, graffiti appeared on a stone bridge, reading, "Seek the violet, heed the ledger." A window at the old station had been smashed and nothing taken. All incidents occurred after the raincoat figure's visit. One name repeated on her list of visitors, Jonas Finch. He had stood near the ledger shelf 3 times in the past month, always leaving without purchase but with a furtive expression. Sarah paid him a friendly visit. Jonas greeted her from behind stacks of yellowed newspapers, spectacles sliding down his nose. When she mentioned the violet ledger, his eyes flicked to a side door. He rubbed his palms on his trousers and said the ledger was dangerous romantic nonsense, not proper history. She thanked him and left, noting how he closed the door quickly behind her. That evening the whispering pages felt colder, though heaters hummed. Sarah discovered the back door ajar, wet shoe prints leading toward the alley. Fear nipped her resolve, but she followed. Mist clung to street lamps, making halos. The prints guided her to Crescent's abandoned railway station, an iron skeleton now overgrown with vines. At the mouth of a bramble-choked tunnel the prints vanished. Brambles trembled as if something had recently passed. She forced herself inside. The tunnel smelled of soil and old smoke. Farther in she found ashes from a small fire, and a torn paper fragment heavy with damp. Text in purple ink carried a clue, a key hidden where the river bends, date November 17, 1982. Morning newspapers splashed headlines about Sarah's discovery. Ledger clue found in train tunnel. Some praised her dedication, others worried she encouraged amateur sleuths. The town council asked her to stand down and let police handle it, but Sarah's need to understand trumped their warnings. She invited Patel, Jonas, and Mabel Gorey to a late-night meeting amid stacks of unsold hardcovers. They formed an unlikely quartet, a bookseller, a historian, a retired detective, and a pragmatic officer. Hemingway circled their ankles like a furry punctuation mark. They examined the torn page and traded theories. Jonas reluctantly admitted he once believed the ledger held coordinates for a Cold War evacuation network. Mabel recalled unfiled reports about missing railway workers who were rumored to assist refugees crossing borders. Together they planned to search the bend of the Crescent River, where ruins of a fishing cabin lay hidden by reeds. A day later fog clung so thick that lantern beams cut tunnels through air. They hiked to the riverbank, mud sucking at their boots. The half-fallen cabin smelled of wet wood and lost time. Under cracked boards they discovered a box containing brittle letters stamped 1982, black and white photographs of strangers posing beside Crescent landmarks, and at last the violet ledger itself. Its pages were warped. Passages glowed with violet ink underlines. The box's interior showed signs that someone had handled it recently. A layer of dust brushed aside, fingerprint smears on photographs. Sarah's chest tightened. Whoever searched here likely sought one particular letter. By lantern light Jonas read fragments aloud. The letters described routes, safe houses, times when watchmen turned blind eyes. They referenced the Violet Book, suggesting it served as a cipher key. During the last years of the Cold War, when iron borders cut across Europe, a network of Crescent citizens had risked everything to guide refugees from oppressive regimes to safer shores. The disappeared townsfolk of 1982 were not abducted. They were heroes who vanished willingly to protect secrets. If caught, they might have faced prison. Their families were told nothing to spare them. The passages underlined in violet seemed to mark each helper's final mission. Then came one more underlined note, newer ink, next to the name Ruth Marin. Find me. Jonas deduced the modern thief likely descended from Ruth, searching for closure. Signs pointed to a single suspect, a young woman spotted at the archive break-in, wearing gloves and a hat. Patel traced her to a boarding house near the station. She was, indeed, Ruth Marin's granddaughter, Nora Marinov. Nora confessed she took the violet ledger because she feared official channels would lock it away. She sought proof her grandmother had survived the escape route. While hiding in the tunnel, she read frantically, hoping for a clue. With Sarah's team, she returned to the letters. One photo showed Ruth standing beside a road sign in Austria dated December 1982, weeks after her supposed disappearance. Another letter, never sent, described a new life working at a bookstore in Vienna. Tears filled Nora's eyes. Her grandmother had lived safely, just under a new name. The revelation rippled through Old Crescent. Rumor turned to pride. Their quiet town had harbored bravery. Residents organized a small ceremony by the river to honor the helpers. Patel spoke. Jonas read a passage that had once been secret. Mabel placed a single violet flower on the water. Sarah returned the violet ledger to her shop but locked it in a glass case and installed better cameras. She stenciled a sign near it. Some books guard lives as well as stories. Patrons visited not out of thrill but respect. Local schools requested copies of Jonas's forthcoming history book. The Whispering Pages thrived, hosting informal talks every other Thursday where tea steamed and people listened. On foggy nights, Sarah sometimes touched the empty spot where the ledger once rested. She felt no chill now, only a quiet awareness that mysteries sometimes end not with crimes solved but with truth shared. She kept the anonymous purple notes in a drawer. She thought of them as reminders that fear can be a mask for hope. Nora had tried to warn her away not out of malice, but to finish a quest alone. Months later a new letter arrived, this time from Vienna. Nora sent a photograph of a smiling elderly woman holding the violet ledger, the page with her own name carefully folded open. "My grandmother says thank you," the note read. "She says Crescent reminds her of candlelight on difficult nights." Sarah placed the picture in a frame on the shop counter. Customers asked about it. She told them it was proof that the past could step into the present with gentle feet. One spring evening, as mist slid between alleys and lamplight flickered gold, Sarah stood at the front window watching silhouettes move through haze. She realized she no longer feared empty shelves. She saw each gap as invitation, a story waiting to be found, or returned, or written anew. She turned off the jazz, locked the door, and whispered goodnight to the sleeping pages. I had not visited the place where my childhood ended in more than 20 years, yet the moment our rental car turned down the cinder-gray lane the memories rolled over me like heavy surf. The afternoon light, bent and broken by a thin drizzle, silenced the birds and polished every leaf so that the entire world looked as if it had been dipped in glass. At the end of the lane the crooked mailbox still leaned to one side, its red flag missing, its paint flaking like sunburnt skin. Beyond it stood the house that had once been my whole universe. Its clapboard siding, which used to shine white in summer, now looked the way driftwood looks 2 weeks after a bonfire, bleached, warped, singed in places and stained in others. I could almost smell the wet, smoky sweetness of half-burned pine even though the only real scent in the air was that of rain on dust. There is no way to prepare for the day you return to the building where your life split into before and after. I tried to steady my breathing, pressing a palm to my chest the same way a shaky driver might test a brake pedal. The pressure did nothing to calm the thumping. "It feels like yesterday," I whispered, and the catch in my own voice startled me more than the view of the ruins. Even the air inside the car felt too thin, as if the engine were sucking away the oxygen. My younger brother Perry leaned across the center console and pulled me into a hug. His arms have always been stronger than mine, not only in muscle but also in intention. When he wraps you up, you stay wrapped until he decides you are safe. He smelled like detergent and peppermint gum, Exactly the kind of clean scent you hope to smell in a brand new life. The house hasn't changed much, he murmured, then tightened his hold for just a second longer, anchoring both of us before we faced the wreckage. But we have. He sounded certain. I was not so sure. Perry is calm stone, I am wind. Sometimes a light breeze, sometimes a gale, always moving, often unpredictable. I was born 4 minutes before him and spent most of our lives wishing I could be his protector. But if I am honest, he has carried the heavier load, especially during the years when cheap rum poured through my body like kerosene. I have been sober for exactly 730 days. That number looks impressive when you write it down, yet sobriety feels as fragile as a soap bubble. I know Perry worries every day that a wrong look or a bad memory might pop it. We stepped out of the car. Gravel moved under our shoes with the crunch of dry cereal. We followed the cracked walkway, brushing past waist-high weeds that had colonized every inch of yard the moment my aunt finally stopped paying someone to mow it. No bank or county had ever bothered to claim the structure. After the fire, it seemed to belong only to ghosts and local teenagers looking for a dare. At the porch steps I paused long enough to press my fingertips against one of the charred rails. The blackened wood crumbled softly under the pressure, leaving a sooty print on my skin. I showed Perry my fingertip, almost amused. Evidence, I said, though I could not have told you whether I meant evidence of the fire or of my denial. Perry's only response was to open the front door. The hinges shrieked and then caught, half rust, half rot. He had to lean his shoulder into the wood before it gave way, revealing the front room. After you, he offered, squinting as daylight chased him through the opening. He is a gentleman even in a burned-out house. I stood just inside the threshold. My left shoe settled on buckled floorboards that felt as unsteady as a rowboat. I could not stop staring at the faint pale line that ran down Perry's right cheek. The scar is only 3 centimeters long, but sometimes it looks bigger, like an exclamation mark. I think my eyes return to it because it is the most unforgiving reminder of how close I came to killing him. My stomach clenched with the memory of Bacardi Limon, the spinning headlights, his voice screaming, "Jackie! Stop the fucking car!" I lifted my gaze from the scar to his eyes, half expecting to see accusation. As always, there was only guarded kindness. Perry asked if I were coming all the way in. I nodded, more confident than I felt, and warned him to watch the floor. We passed through the entry. The ceiling sagged in places. Exposed beams browned by smoke looked brittle as old bones. Everywhere hung the clinging smell of long-cooled ash, a scent that never fully disappears once it has lodged itself in wood grain. We edged around what used to be Mom's piano. Only iron strings, warped by heat, remained inside a blackened frame. Without speaking, we crossed into the living room. My lungs prickled with dust so thick I could taste it. I raised my arm to cough, and from behind me Perry said, half in wonder, "Look at the fireplace." I turned. The hearth that seemed to have survived every collapse still dominated the north wall, bricks reddened by soot but unbroken, the mantel lean yet sturdy. As I stared, the room momentarily flickered from its present ruin to a memory version, the hearth glowing orange, our parents' framed wedding photo on the mantel, 2 marshmallows skewered on coat hanger wire while Perry's eyes reflected the flames like tiny mirrors. The ghostly warmth was so real it overrode the musty chill. We sank to the floor, crossing our legs the way we used to on winter nights. I stayed silent, reluctant to disturb the fragile moment. Perry broke the hush first, voice gentle. "This was our favorite spot, remember?" He placed his palm on the char-marked brick and smiled at me. Suddenly I saw him at 8 again, gap-toothed, still smelling of Crayola crayons. "Yeah," I managed. "I remember." The taste of melted marshmallow surfaced on my tongue, sugar brown just before black. I startled at the sensation, half convinced the house was conjuring illusions. Perry's smile widened. "S'mores nights?" he prompted. Then, adopting a nasal imitation of my younger self, he teased, "But Mom, I want to watch Beauty and the Beast. Perry always gets to pick the movie." I punched his arm, the kind of soft punch that says thank you for keeping me alive. I never sounded like that. I protested, though I had. And making fun of me doesn't change what I wanted." He grinned, delighted by the old banter, then his features softened. There is a sparkle in Perry, a confetti cloud that refuses to blow away even after tragedy. And there is a hollowness in me that wonders daily how he still loves me after all I set on fire. Before I could drown in guilt, he said, "Remember the hot apple drinks Mom made?" He squinted, searching for the name. "Apple something?" My mind flashed to a chipped ceramic pot on the stove, cinnamon sticks swirling. "Apple Schnapple," I blurted. He snapped his fingers. "Yes, Apple Schnapple." He leaned back on his palms, savoring the memory. "I mean, it was just hot cider, but we thought it was magic." Our laughter filled the shell of the living room in a way that almost made it feel whole. Then Perry added more quietly, "I loved movie nights down here, but my favorites were the ones in the projector room upstairs." I frowned. "We never had a projector room. Perry, our TV barely worked." He waved dismissively, as though I had forgotten some obvious fact. "Sure we did, Jax." My skin prickled. His tone had changed, no longer playful. The silence of the house suddenly pressed against my eardrums. "We did not," I insisted. "I'd remember." Perry's expression turned analytical, like a doctor examining an X-ray. "Memory is strange," he said. "We often remember things in ways that are easier for us to digest." His clinical cadence reminded me of Dr. Lasko, the therapist appointed by the court after the accident. In sessions he sometimes said similar sentences while I refused to meet his eyes. "Jesus, Perry, you sound like Dr. Lasko." I forced a laugh, trying to lighten the air, but Perry merely tilted his head, as though caught between identities. Then he blinked and brightened, donning the confetti cloud again. My discomfort drained a notch. He gazed up at the mantel. "Can't believe the photos are gone. Or maybe they never were here." His voice wavered, bringing back the uneasy feeling. My guilt morphed into panic. I mumbled, "How could you still love me?" The words slipped out before I could swallow them. They smelled like desperation. His attention snapped back to me, and he reached out, but before our hands met, something in the house changed. Until that moment I had half convinced myself that the worst of the memories were illusions, but I had not imagined the shifting wall. Where I expected to see the kitchen doorway on the west side of the living room, my vision found only plaster. A new doorway gaped on the opposite side, leading into shadows that should not exist. My breath hitched. "Wasn't the kitchen over there?" I pointed with a trembling finger. Perry shrugged as though I had asked the color of the rain. "I don't think so," he said gently. His casual denial sent cold along my ribs. I looked again at the new opening. In the deeper darkness shapes stirred. I focused, blinking away dust and tears, and realized I was seeing, no, surely imagining, our parents. Mom moved in the phantom kitchen, cigarette balanced on her lip, pouring steaming cider into 2 mugs. Dad slumped at the table, head on folded arms, bottle of bourbon half empty at his elbow. A purple bruise darkened Mom's cheek. Her shoulders twitched each time she glanced at Dad. She turned, carrying the cups toward the living room, blocking the bruise with her hair as though we were too young to notice. Her mouth widened in a silent order. "Kids, your father's not feeling well. Let's have our apple schnapples in here." My knees threatened to buckle. Perry's voice, patient and oddly distant, reached me from beside the phantom doorway. "You're remembering the truth about Mom and Dad, aren't you?" I stared, words clogged in my throat. Truth? For decades I told the story of our perfect parents, who died tragically in a fire caused by a careless cigarette. In that comforting story they were gentle, funny, whole. In the version Perry had just acknowledged, Dad was drunk and angry, Mom hid bruises, and my first taste of alcohol had been poured by the man whose sobriety I later begged for. I wanted to scream that it could not be real. Perry rose. His face seemed to flicker, like film skipping a frame. "Memories can protect you or trap you," he continued in that dispassionate tone. "The house is only showing what you need to see." I backed away, colliding with the wall where the fireplace had been. except the fireplace was gone, replaced by wallpaper patterned with forest green vines. I spun, looking for the hearth, the mantel, the charred bricks. Nothing. Dizziness flooded my head. "Perry," I gasped. "Where are we?" He stepped toward the staircase. The upstairs hallway yawned long and dark behind him. "Come to the projector room. You always loved our movies." His words sounded rehearsed, like lines from a play. He began to climb. Each footstep on the warped stairs echoed as though inside a cavern. The lantern bulb fixture overhead flickered, casting strobe flashes that stretched his shadow into monstrous angles. For a single heartbeat his face blurred again, static across the screen, then dissolved to calm empathy. He reached the top and disappeared down the hall. My legs moved before I could decide whether to follow. The stairs felt steep, gravity stronger than usual, as if the house tried to hold me back. At the landing the walls squeezed close. Empty picture frames hung on oxblood paint, each one tilting slightly, as if recently disturbed. At the end of the corridor, light pulsed through a doorway, white, rhythmic, unmistakable projector light. The hum of film reels replaced the creaking floorboards. I entered the small room. Dust motes pirouette in the cone of light. An old projector sat on a metal stand, film threading through gears. On the opposite wall flickered moving images, my silver hatchback wrapped around a tree, headlights shattered, steam rising from the warped hood. Inside the car a younger me sat slumped over the wheel, eyes unfocused. Perry in the passenger seat pressed a shirt sleeve to his bleeding cheek, screaming, "Jackie, stop the fucking car!" The screen turned black. Then the scene looped again, slower. I stumbled backward, knuckles smashed against the doorframe. "Turn it off!" My voice cracked, a whip in empty air. The projector droned on. I searched for Perry but found only empty corners. Suddenly I realized the film sound, tick, was pulsing in my chest, synchronized to my heartbeat. Memory shards stabbed upward. The smell of rum and lime. The spiderweb cracks across the windshield. The paramedic's voice telling me my brother would live but might carry the scar forever. The iron cuff around my wrist at the hospital. The verdict: felony DUI with bodily harm. Mandatory therapy. Mandatory memory simulations. A new film began. On screen, Dad handed 10-year-old me a can of beer in the flicker of the basement TV. "Just a sip," he slurred. The child on screen grimaced, swallowed, wiped her mouth, smiled because Dad wanted her to smile. I tasted the bitter foam again, felt the small bubble of relief that maybe he loved me. I pitched forward, vomiting dusty air onto the floorboards. Somewhere in the depths of the house, beams groaned. Walls flexed inward, paper tearing, as if the structure itself inhaled. Window glass rattled. I bolted into the hall. The floor warped into ridges. A ceiling beam swung down like a swinging scythe. I ducked and ran, adrenaline scalding my veins. At the stair landing I faced the stained glass window that once looked out toward the orchard. Now beyond it lay nothing but a haze of gray light. I knew the script. In every simulation, escape demanded a fall through this brittle barrier. Each time I fought the terror, each time I survived the impact but woke screaming. Maybe tonight the fall would end everything. I sprinted, shoulder first. The glass shattered. Cold air punched my lungs. I tumbled through emptiness and braced for ground that never came. I gasped awake in a hospital bed, chest heaving, sweat soaking the cotton gown. Electrodes clung to my temples and chest. The overhead fluorescence glared. Beeping monitors laid down a mechanical heartbeat. Across from me sat Dr. Lasko in a plain chair, peeling adhesive leads from his own shaved head. He looked pale, exhausted. I reached instinctively for the comfort of Perry, but there was only this slender middle-aged man with a tablet. A painful longing stabbed my ribs. I yanked off my electrodes, rubber cups popping like wet suction. I nearly ripped out the 4 before realizing it was only a saline line. My voice rasped. "I don't ever want to do that again." Dr. Lasko sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Jackie, you face more of the origin memory than ever before. That is progress." I glared. Progress tasted like ash. Don't tell me about progress. I felt like I was on fire in there. He nodded, acknowledging the pain without flinching. That calm sometimes infuriates me, though I know it is why the court appointed him. You want freedom, he said softly. Facing the truth is how you earn it. He leaned closer, careful with tone. We don't have to return to that version tomorrow. We can slow down. I stared at his neatly trimmed beard, at the gentle pulse of the vein in his temple. In the projector dream he had been Perry, kind voice, scar on cheek, confetti cloud. Here he was just a doctor doing his job. The difference hurt like a pulled tooth. I choked on a half-sob. I'll leave this place one day, I whispered. But I don't know if I'll ever be free. He squeezed my hand, not the way Perry would, but firm enough to remind me that flesh and bones still mattered. Freedom and forgiveness are not the same, he said. But they can walk the same road. I closed my eyes. In the darkness I saw the house again, rooms refolding themselves, memory walls shifting. I did not want to return. Yet a small voice inside me admitted I could not stay in this halfway world forever. To live outside these walls I would need to keep stepping into the nightmare until it no longer controlled me. Maybe until the projector film reached an ending I could survive. I opened my eyes. The fluorescent light felt less punishing, or maybe my pupils had finally shrunk. We'll try again, I said, though my throat trembled on the words. Just not tomorrow. Give me one day. Dr. Lasco nodded. He adjusted the blanket around my shoulders and stood. Rest, Jackie. We'll revisit the plan after you sleep. I watched him unplug cables, store the simulation headset, dim the lights. When he left I stared at the dark television on the wall. Its blank screen reflected my gaunt face, hair plastered to my forehead. For a moment I thought I saw Perry behind me, his phantom confetti swirling. But it was only static from the hall, a nurse rolling a cart. The image vanished, leaving just me. I lay back, tracing the scar that did not exist on my own cheek. 730 days without alcohol, 2 years without Perry's real voice. Some days I swear I still feel his hug, still hear his laugh echoing in the corridors of the burned house. Perhaps memory cannot save me, but perhaps I can learn to walk through its smoke without choking. Outside, rain battered the window with the same rhythm as it had on the car roof the night of the crash. I closed my eyes and whispered to the dark, I'm still here, Perry. I'm still here. Then exhaustion flooded me, and at last I slept. I pressed my forehead against the cold train window and watched the lights of Luxembourg City smear into glowing ribbons as the locomotive gathered speed. Rain had been falling since early afternoon, and the streets I knew so well were slick mirrors reflecting brake lights and neon signs. My reflection came and went on the glass, fainter each time, as if the city were already erasing me. I told myself I was glad to leave, that I would never set foot there again, but the ache behind my ribs said otherwise. 6 months earlier, I had rolled into Luxembourg full of plans that felt fresh and bright as new stationery. Finish a work placement, ace a single master's course back in Paris, polish my French, and then return to school ready to sprint through my final semester. Yet in half a year every one of those plans had collapsed. The internship soured almost instantly. My supervisor was charming during the interview, but in daily life he behaved like the petty king of a tiny fiefdom, hoarding credit and doling out blame. By week 3 I suspected I was more decoration than contributor. By week 10 I knew. I made it to week 16 out of sheer stubbornness, then quit before he could invite me to leave. The graduate course in Paris unraveled for simpler reasons: absences for internship tasks, a fatigue that made concentration impossible, and the quiet certainty I was reading the required texts without absorbing them. One late paper metastasized into 2, then into a blank space where a term project ought to have been. At term's end the professor, polite but unmoved, handed me a failing mark. And love had combusted. The simplest way to tell it is to say I met her online, fell practically head over keyboard for her after a string of rapid-fire chat messages, and then spent one incandescent week believing I had stumbled into the kind of affair poets are paid to invent. That week still glowed in my memory like a candle inside a dark cathedral. We ate late dinners that lingered toward midnight. We slipped out of our clothes with the diffidence of people who felt they had known each other longer than 7 days. And every time she laughed, I believed the city itself tilted a little closer to dawn. Then she told me her boss wanted to restart their previous affair because his marriage was ending. She said she was torn, but I heard finality in her soft voice. "My future is with him," she said over the phone one sleety Tuesday night, while I huddled in my kitchenette, hands cupped around a mug of tea I never drank. 5 hopeless words. I answered with one. "Why?" Though it sounded more like a child's whimper than an adult's question. She repeated herself gently, as if I had not understood. Afterward I sat in the dark and stared at my blank television, imagining them in his flat or in a glassed-in hotel bar. The sky outside remained gray for days, maybe weeks. Now, seated on a fast train bound for Paris, I tried to sift those months into neat piles: work, study, love, but life had trampled them into each other until every memory smelled faintly of frustration and damp wool. The carriage around me buzzed with holiday travelers returning from family visits, students with backpacks full of laundry, business people blinking away laptop glare. Somewhere behind me 2 children argued in German about the ownership of a chocolate bar. Across the aisle a Belgian couple leafed through an illustrated guide to Burgundy. Nobody paid me any mind, which was a relief. I could sort through private grief uninterrupted, breathing in the safe fug of train upholstery and overheated radiator pipes. 2 hours of track unrolled beneath us before the train crossed the border into France. I glanced at my watch, 1950, then craned to read the overhead screen that mapped our progress. Even the train seemed eager to put Luxembourg behind it, racing southward as if downhill. A neon-striped smear of graffiti flashed by and was gone. Raindrops starburst against the window. I blinked, and the wet glass became an accidental movie screen, playing back stronger images. Monday, a bar small enough that the 2 of us softened into the candlelight like old friends. Her dress was black, sleeveless, exactly modest enough to be tantalizing. I had blurted on arrival, "I quit my internship this morning," expecting to watch her face fall into polite retreat. Instead she nodded gravely, as if my honesty were a priceless gift. We discussed Luxembourg's impossible rents, the guilty pleasure of ordering diner-style hamburgers in Europe, the best accent to whisper in when telling a secret. Afterward we strolled and drizzled to a tiny restaurant where the owner personally described the charcuterie in 3 languages. She asked what I might do now that the internship was over, and I shrugged, willing to postpone thinking about it. When the waiter asked if we wanted dessert, she invited me swimming the next evening. I said yes before the question finished. Tuesday, we met at a Cineplex near the center. She wore jeans, knees neatly frayed, and a fitted sweater the color of Pinot Noir. We saw a moody Polish drama full of snowbanks and unrequited glances. During the closing credits she pressed her knee to mine. Walking out, I confessed I had scarcely followed the subtitles. She laughed, a note of mischief in it. At the corner bar afterward, over pale ale and salted almonds, she told me about her boss, about last year's brief affair, about his newly declared divorce. "I don't want complication," she murmured. "Maybe we should take things slow." I agreed, meaning it more than she could know. Wednesday and Thursday exist mostly as blurred vignettes, a lunch of galettes and cider, an evening circuit of live music pubs, 2 kisses traded like secret messages beneath a dripping awning. Friday we waited out a thundershower in a bookshop cafe, reading aloud random passages, daring each other to find the most outrageous metaphors. When the rain eased, she walked me to my door and pressed her lips to my ear. Tomorrow. Brunch. Saturday. I arrived at her apartment just past 10, still astonished she had opened her life so quickly. We walked arm in arm toward the old city, cobblestones gleaming, night's rainfall lingering in every seam. At the entrance to a narrow alley she pulled me close, chin on my shoulder, and in that moment I wanted to stay in Luxembourg forever. We ate eggs on brioche beneath tarnished chandeliers, then ambled toward a dingy pub rumored to date back 3 centuries. Up the hill, the fortress walls stood sentinel. Down the hill, rooftops tumbled in disarray. She pointed to a stone balcony, half hidden by ivy. "Best view in town," she promised. She was right. From that height we saw the cast iron arch of the old viaduct, the river tracing a lazy oxbow, clusters of slate roofs punctuated by church spires. Cold wind teased her scarf. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The air smelled of distant cinnamon. I slid my arm around her waist. Our first real kiss lingered long enough that I worried strangers in windows might applaud. She giggled at my flustered expression. "You deserve a kiss," she said. "And you," I murmured, "deserve all of them." How can a single sentence still bruise like a fall after 2 months? Yet every bruise eventually fades, and I told myself that as the train entered the outskirts of Metz. The platform lights marched by like soldiers. I stretched, joints popping, then considered walking to the dining car. A glass of wine might blur the ache. Too many glasses had blurred too many judgments during those dreary weeks, so I stayed in my seat and curled one foot under me. I gave myself permission to remember the last conversation. The soft ring of my phone. Her voice, careful, oddly distant, saying hello as though speaking to a colleague. Then those 5 bleak words. "My future is with him." I had listened in stunned silence. She waited a polite beat for my response, but I produced none. Finally she added, "I'm sorry." I forced out something equally useless. "Take care," and the line went dead. That minute was a colder winter than any January outside the train window. In the following weeks I cycled through anger, sorrow, hope, relapse into anger. What I did not cycle through was acceptance. Not until now, hurtling away at 200 kilometers per hour. The carriage lights dimmed slightly, an attendant's way of signaling the late hour. I watched reflections merge on the window, interior travelers superimposed on dark farmland. Beyond that glass the rain slowed, became mist, then nothing. I imagined the clouds sliding aside, stars pricking the black sky. Inside I tallied blessings. The internship was finished, no more petty tyrant. The failed course could be retaken. Paris awaited with open boulevards and a furnished sublet near Porte de Vincennes. I had my health, my wits, my improving French. We crossed the Marne and descended toward the city. Suburban stations flickered past, each smaller than the last. Occasionally a long freight train snarled by on the adjacent track, reminding me there were heavier burdens than heartbreak. I pictured my new flat, wood floors scarred but polished, tall windows with iron latches, a kitchen big enough for one enthusiastic cook. The woman who owned it had shown me photographs of her niece's wedding in Yaoundé. She wore pride like perfume. In return I promised to water her orchids. When the conductor announced Gare de l'Est, the tension between my shoulder blades loosened. People gathered bags, wrestled suitcases from overhead racks. I joined the flow toward the exit. The platform smelled of locomotive grease and wet concrete. The city's night chill slipped beneath my coat, brisk but not unfriendly. Paris taxis are rare jewels in downpours, yet one idled beside the rank, its windshield wipers laboring. I raised a tentative hand. The driver, a silver-haired man in a wool cap, beckoned me forward. My suitcase thunked into the trunk. I slid into the back seat, rain fog clouding the glass. He asked my destination. I gave the address, careful with vowels. He nodded, merged into traffic. We threaded along the Grands boulevards, past shuttered cafes whose neon signs still flickered red and blue. On impulse I cracked my window. The air smelled of bread ovens cooling for the night. Somewhere a siren wailed, then vanished. The taxi's heater hummed. I rested my head on the seat back and let the city's pulse replace my own. Finally we turned onto a quiet street near Avenue de Saint-Mandé. The building looked older than the century, ornate stone around tall arched doors. The driver carried my suitcase to the entryway. I tipped him more than usual. Under a street lamp I found the apartment key taped inside an envelope. I climbed 3 flights, listening to my own footsteps, the building's breathing. Inside, the flat greeted me with the faint scent of cleaning polish and dried lavender. I closed the door, turned on a single lamp, and exhaled. The shower lasted long enough to steam the mirror. I watched droplets race down the glass like competing memories, each leaving a clear track before new condensation blurred it again. I toweled off, pulled on a borrowed t-shirt, and padded into the sitting room. Through twin windows the rooftops of Paris stretched like rolling waves. Rain tapped lightly at the panes, gentler now, a lullaby for exiles. I lay on the sofa rather than the unfamiliar bed, pulled a blanket to my chin, and stared upward. The stucco ceiling offered no answers. Yet a quiet spread through me, different from the numbness that had followed her phone call. This quiet felt earned. I heard my heartbeat, steady as a train on good rails. I did not know what the next months would hold, but I no longer orbited a dead star. The past had been left in a station behind me, and forward motion was enough for one winter night. Contentment arrived without applause. It sat beside me like a patient animal, paws tucked neatly, breathing slow. I whispered a promise to treat it kindly. When at last sleep came, it came like the train's gentle sway, and the sound of rain on the zinc rooftops was the closing lull of my Luxembourg lullaby.